got everybody. We got everybody. Huzzah.
So, last time on Wild Times in Wildemount, you all were trekking up the river that runs through the Sirius Mountains. I don't know if you'd ever asked what the name of this river was, other than knowing it simply as the river. You followed it for a couple of days, finding as you get deeper and deeper into the mountains, more and more of the landscape and the creatures in this area have been corrupted by some sort of aberrant influence. You found the remains of a number of aberrations that seemingly had been attacked by what seems to have been a black dragon. You found a aberrant bulette that was sort of some amalgamation of two smashed into one much larger one that you fought and defeated. And Leah had a conversation with some local squirrels.
Yes.
Local squirrels.
Aiden had a conversation with some local Dalekir spirits. And
local.
As local as the Dalekir can be.
Right. And so we pick up on the morning of day 4 out from the Dolithil mine, as Aiden has since finished his ritual to finally combine all the final pieces of the weapon that contains the spirit of a long dead Dalekir, but based on the sort of psychic encounter he had, it's no longer quite the same as it once was. And what we had learned about through Elias's legend lore about the ancient vestige known as Lilith's hatred, isn't what this blade eventually became. And after Aiden's encounter, it's become something quite different. And the long dead spirit of Werlock has been subsumed by the spirit fragment of the hilt and the blade that Aiden had been wielding. And it's altogether something different and new. Not that anyone actually knows any of that happened, other than just Aiden kind of like now holding a slightly different looking blade that's actually got like elf runes and stuff on it. But yeah, as the dome comes down and people begin breaking camp, it is a cloudy day. Difficult to say which way the weather will go this day.
And probably picks up the blade and looks it over and swings it experimentally.
It definitely feels different.
Yeah.
Lighter, more responsive. It's a more delicate blade than you're used to, but it at the same time feels both different as well as completely natural as an extension of yourself. And you can sense, you in the past you had always been not always, but had been occasionally able to commune with whatever that spirit, that sort of alternate version of you was. Now you can sense the presence, but it seems dormant at the moment, almost asleep. Like it's not yet done. And you can kind of sense a presence there, asleep, changing in some way. but you know that once it wakens,
It will be a beautiful butterfly. No.
it will be a consistent presence, active, awake. No longer necessary to communicate with just your subconscious, but rather something different.
Got to do something about this aesthetic, though. Kind of look it over in his hand and try to
thing I've ever heard.
mallet. Could still like change the form of the weapon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's you spend some more time awake and conscious and kind of doing the typical concentration and meditation on it, and you can begin to shape it and move it again more towards the appearance that you're used to,
Yeah.
familiar with, sort of style that you like.
Shifts back to
Mm-hmm.
generally the same form that it had before, but instead of silver, now most of the accents are a gold brashish color. The obsidian is no longer chipped and broken, but completely smoothed over. The little loops on the side are completed and no longer broken as well. The insectoid shell crossguard bends back and splits open, and another section grows out of it, and then out of that another brass loop horn kind of structure on either side grows out and in towards the blade, leaving just enough room for the blade to be sheathed on either side. That has more elvish characters on either side, a set of 3 on each one. And once that finishes, Aiden looks it over. There we go. And sheath it.
Any of you getting ready for the morning can witness and watch this as he's not getting up, not eating, not drinking. He's just kind of sitting there continuing to meditate. So
Like Leah's
it-
like side glancing, like
Yeah.
during her
Alright.
meditation rituals, just like, what is going?
Yeah, I'd
Like,
been a little.
Not like fully focused on it, but like can't help but every now and then just be like,
My picture is like Leah and Elias both like doing their morning
Kind of
meditation.
meditating, just
Like,
like-
just like side eye, like,
yeah.
"Everything all right?
Going through the
You
motions,
okay? Should we be concerned?"
What? Oh. You completed it.
Yeah. Well, it's a full sword now.
Indeed.
But
Looks like it.
Question is this we've seen, like, what can we read? Is it regular Elvish? Is it just...
yeah, it's Elvish script. So those who can read Elvish would be able to read the names on either side. And then the individual characters on the horn structure, the ones closest on either side of them, there's a P and a V, and then the next one's down, there's a E and an H, and the next one's down, there's a W and an L.
Oh,
I was just reading over those thinking...
You weren't kidding. That guy was kind of an asshole. Looking at bells.
I mean, I did tell you.
Yeah, well, we don't have to worry about him anymore.
Good to know. I don't like people who try to get into my
feel
head.
like
Or
feel like there's a story there.
echoes of people.
No.
I was just like studying what she could see of the blade a bit and a little confused for a moment.
No, we don't have to worry about him anymore. He was not as agreeable as the voice in my head that I've been used to.
Do we have to worry about you instead?
In a manner of speaking.
No
It's
more
not-
than before, I'm assuming.
Not as much as you'd think, I would think.
Yeah, it's not the blade it's supposed to be. It's not the blade whatever all I said it was going to be. Something different. Something with a bit of me in it now.
You have made your own vestige. Impressive.
Yeah. It's definitely not Lilith's hatred anymore.
That's a name.
That's a yeah.
Yeah,
There's a lot to unpack in that.
Not being
name.
hatred is good, though. I support not hate.
Doth you have a name for it?
Yeah, thanks for a second. Altogether, I'd say around human, which Elvish for errant legacy.
Appropriate.
More literal translation would be the stray heir's path. So,
Damn it, Brendan.
Oh, fuck.
there is that.
Hmm.
You can show that on
I
stream.
don't feel
now.
good about this anymore.
Yep. Okay, I get to show
So
it.
cool.
Yeah, look at
Oh,
that.
that is cool.
New blade. Check it out,
Okay,
chat.
I was gonna
Did
say.
you have
Oh,
that commissioned all the way back then? Or did, is
Nope,
this
that
what
was
you
just
were
this
working
week.
on?
oh, just this week.
Oh.
Nice.
It's
I imagine it's
badass.
probably yeah. Although it's
Nice.
probably a lot easier to get like adjustments to an existing commission than a whole brand new one.
Hmm.
Especially when adjustments are like the sword.
Hmm.
Right?
That looks so awesome, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Really cool.
So you think it's going to be as useful as you said it would be?
Well, maybe not in the same way, but it wasn't. It just didn't feel right keeping it separate after a certain point. Who knows what we're gonna be into? Although, technically I can change its shape, so maybe I can still make it look like it's broken.
Might be some value in that.
Essentially.
Trying to trick them into thinking it's incomplete.
Less
Well,
powerful
that was
than
the idea initially.
Underestimate.
Yeah.
Ah,
There certainly
yes.
could be strategic value in that.
You're attempting to tie an elbow to them, of course. Well, I'm unsure whether that would work with mind flayers, at least.
You have to be very good at it.
Hmm.
I'll do it. I do still have a fake piece of a broken blade, so
Although you can change the shape of the blade. Can't you? I mean, you just did. I
Well, yeah.
don't know how effective a broken blade would be, but if you
I
can.
mean that's what I've been using so far.
True. But I would. I don't know much about mind flayers, but I would think changing the shape to look like it did before would not be an illusion that a mind flayer would see through. So
I mean, I don't really think they see through illusions so much anyway, right?
No, they just read your mind.
Hmm.
Yeah. Worse.
So you just have to think really, really, really hard that is your blade.
Or keep them out
Hit
of your head.
yourself and you're good. That's you.
Somehow thinking really, really, really hard that something is true sounds easier than keeping mind flayers consistently out of your head when there are mind flayers.
or just not thinking about it.
There are ways.
I mean, yeah, but if you're going to stab a mind flayer with a sword, presumably the sword is going to be in your head.
Yes, but not. Oh, I hope they don't realize that this sword is actually complete. Just think, stab the thing.
Yeah.
Fair enough, I suppose.
I mean, I don't know how deep their probing is able to go, but
I suspect it depends.
if it is surface level, I know I'm not thinking about the complex
Can
infrastructure.
we
of my
maybe
blade
change
when I
the
stab things.
subject?
Yeah.
Hopefully
Yeah,
we
we
shall
should.
figure it out closer to, well, hopefully we
Yeah,
shall not
yeah.
run into them just
Isaiah, hopefully
yes.
we won't have to find out how deep their probing can go.
Wow.
No.
Right.
Discussing
That-
mind flayer probing over breakfast.
that did not,
We have spent way too much time around aberrations, guys.
Yeah.
That I can
Casually
agree with,
discussing
Rui.
how deep a mind flayer can probe into your brain over breakfast.
But perhaps now we are one step closer to dealing with them.
Yeah.
So how much longer do we think we have?
Who knows? I mean, we haven't found these statues yet, but can't be
No.
too far off now.
Hopefully they shall shed some clue.
You should be coming up on that area probably with sometime later today, depending on your pace of travel. And then beyond that is likely where so bad. Azra's father reported all the weird sounds up near the source of the river.
Shall we continue on then?
Seems like the best plan.
Please.
Okay.
Yeah. Not much else to do.
Unless we want to hang out in the mountains doing nothing, I suppose you're right.
Yeah. Just
Thunder
continually do
Totally
side
try.
quests as we put off the main
rumbles
story.
in the distance.
There is definitely some appeal in that.
Great. Rumbles. I don't want rumbles.
Hmm.
The sky goes a bit gray, but not so dark that the rain clouds and the storm is nearby. But you can definitely feel the moisture in the air, the smell of rain, and the sound of distant thunder. But it's not quite here yet. But as you travel through most of the day, it seems that this region is settling in for perhaps a series of late or early fall storms.
Be nice if there was a spell that would allow me to just make a giant umbrella.
Become a high
I
enough
mean,
level cleric,
technically
you can
that's
control
what
the
the
weather.
dome is. Stationary.
Don't ruin
I
my
mean,
fun.
I'm sure you could figure it out if you try hard enough.
Yeah.
I
Just,
believe in
you
you,
know,
Aria.
Major illusion.
But does an illusion stop
Giant
the
umbrella.
rain?
It'll make a giant umbrella.
If
It won't
you're-
work, but it'll make one.
Actually,
Right.
I think if you're an illusion wizard, yes.
Sadly, none of us
Unfortunately,
are
none of
illusion
us are illusion wizards.
Yeah.
No.
I am my illusion wizard, so I can't
Alright.
help.
Who wants to roll today? To
Not
see
me.
if you find any interesting.
Last time I rolled,
Sure,
it got
I've
worse.
not
I should
rolled yet.
not
What am
Misadventure.
I rolling? What do I roll?
I don't-
haven't
D10,
rolled
Right.
yet.
right?
Roll a d10.
So when I
I
rolled,
trust
the
my
weather
dice,
got
so.
worse.
7.
Okay. I'm sure you guys rolled a 7 already. But that specifically is a uneventful day. So unless there's
Yay.
anything that you want to do while traveling, but as
Sing
the
campfire songs.
sing campfire song. Okay.
I mean,
Oh.
Maria will probably sing if you
Yes,
ask
I'm
her
sure.
to.
At one point,
Right.
as they're walking, though, Pernell's gonna make step with Aiden, just kind of smirk over slightly at him and say in Elvish, "I did not expect you to be so sentimental."
gonna look at her, like, give her a questioning look.
Just kind of gesture slightly at the blade.
Might look at it. Huh.
Fancy that.
Just chuckle a bit to herself and leave it at that. If you aren't allowed to jab at me for my sentimentality, I can do so to you. It just keeps going.
There's continued evidence of a corrupting influence on the environment as you progress through it during the course of the day.
I was really worried you were going to say on Aiden. And I was just I was like, no.
Nah, it's neater than that. Come on.
No. Although, as Velis drifts into his primeval trance on a regular basis, you're not picking up any stronger influences other than perhaps some local plant life and maybe a few unfortunate rodents and other small animals who had been otherwise influenced by what's been going on in this particular region.
I feel like Velis at one point just looks over at some kind of aberrant squirrel and just goes, "That is deeply unsettling."
Somehow worse when it's tiny.
Yeah,
Why
actually,
is it
yeah.
worse when it's tiny?
Something that small
Imagine
shouldn't
a
have
whole bunch
tentacles
of
that
them.
big.
Yeah. It's basically just like a giant prehensile tail. That
Words
it's
I did not
using
ever
for
expect to
things.
hear.
Yeah. It's creepy. Also, like hairless squirrels, not as
Oh,
cute as like a
yeah.
hairless
Oh,
cat.
Oh
no,
no.
no.
I've seen
No.
that.
So
I didn't
Leah's
even
not
think about
thinking
that.
this, but I just thought, so is that what Shepard will do if she becomes a mind flayer?
Oh
Leah's not thinking that thought,
Right.
but I definitely did. And I was like,
Oh
Thanks, I hate it.
squirrel mom?
Never. Okay, so never let a mind
Tentacle
flayer be a
squirrel
druid.
mom.
Right. And
Mind flayer
there we
druids. Nope.
go. All
Yeah.
right. Evening comes quickly, this deep into the mountains with the thickening cloud cover. And it begins to get much deeper. The shadows begin to deepen. But by the time the sun has finished setting, the clouds themselves have begun to clear away. And you're actually getting heavy patches of stars kind of shining through, and everything kind of bathed in a bit of moonlight, as there's a thick and heavy full moon that you haven't had much occasion to see in the last while because of all of the storm and cloud cover. With the kind of cool and crisp air, it's much easier to see sorry, my brain didn't exactly short circuit, but
That's okay.
the rains kind of washed a bit of this slowly growing kind of haze that the further north or further south you travel, it just kind of like permeates a lot of the mountains. But with the recent rains, it's kind of clear. You can see evening stars, but also as you are sort of contemplating like about how far you've gone, how far you've traveled, and about what point to really start making camp, you actually see kind of cresting above a number of hills ahead of you, a decidedly non-natural stone formation. You can see it looks as if it's like almost like the crest of like a helmet, but large, broken somewhat. But it's looks like it's made of stone, maybe, and just over what looks to be a opening of a bit of a canyon ahead of you as the river continues on up into the mountains. But it's a think the not quite the scale of the two statues on the side of the river in Fellowship of the Rings, but like big stone head, the top of one that you can see.
Not
Why?
exactly what I was picturing.
But why do I suspect that those were the statues we're looking for?
They are certainly large stone figures.
Large
Take
is
'em.
one word for it, I suppose.
Do they appear to be like giant sized?
Bigger than any giant you've ever seen.
Okay, so they are bigger than that. Okay.
They are
Yeah.
ginormous.
So they are not like petrified giants. Gotcha.
It's much larger than than an actual physical giant that you've ever seen before.
Yeah.
But it's not the scale of those actual statues. It's kind of somewhere in the middle. You'd guess it probably stands somewhere close to like
How many
maybe
Leos?
100 feet tall.
How many Leos?
Looking at the scale of it and where it
So
kind of
many
looks about how
Leos
far
is
away
the
it is.
answer.
So many Leos.
Most
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
A lot of
Yeah.
Leos.
All the
That's
Leos.
taller than I was thinking.
Yeah, typical. I think you've probably run into a giant every now and again.
Oh, I'm sure.
No less than
But
14 Leas.
yeah,
Gotcha. That's tall.
this is on a scale of, and it's kind of difficult to really tell how big it may be because it's like you don't know how far away it is, but you can see, as you kind of turn a corner and the terrain shifts a little bit more starkly upwards. You can see the where it was a lot of like trees and shrubs and kind of like a varying hills and valleys where this river is at. A valley is less of a like canyon. It gets sharper and steeper and narrower as it shifts to much more heavy mountainous terrain for a bit, and then kind of like in a gap in some of the stone far ahead, you can see this head kind of like peeking up, like just like about like that, like a helmeted face, eyes with a crest, but it's hard to really tell proportions from here.
You know, I was picturing people-sized.
As was I.
Yeah.
Maybe slightly larger, but not quite this big.
Yeah.
But they are
Even take the build.
large.
Well, aren't we taking a closer look, or should we send your familiar ahead of familiar ahead of Maria?
We can certainly do that. And
Would be the better choice.
yeah, Waria asks Brightwing to go take a look around.
Mm-hmm.
Be
Okay.
careful, not attack anything, please.
Right. Okay, so Brightwing flies up, and the approximation of about 100 feet or so seems to be fairly spot on. And what you see is a massive statue of a warrior in very ancient looking garb, like early
Does it look old to
armor.
Purnell?
Yeah, like this is like, this is
Pre-Purnell.
this is like
Pre-Purnell.
way earlier than Calamity sort of thing. And then the area around also seems to be littered with statues of what look to be elves and dwarves.
Smaller ones?
Small, yeah, regular sized ones.
Normal size.
Normal
Huh.
sized ones.
That is.
How lifelike do these statues
I know.
look?
That's what I'm like.
Yeah.
So they are worn down from centuries of weather. But from what you can see based on their positioning and their proportions, it wouldn't make sense to just have a statue just kind of standing somewhere. Statues are typically on bases and things. And so these very much look like beings that may have been petrified. But you can see that they're kind of spread out, and it's like almost like not that they were all petrified fighting, basilisks or Medusa or something like that. Those various creatures you've heard of that can turn things to stone, because it looks as if I would imagine Warrior, you can kind of examine this and share what you're seeing.
Yeah.
But it looks more like it's a battle frozen in time in stone, rather
That
than
seems
a
very
number of-
large to petrify something that large.
Also, why was there anything that large in the first place? That's just obscenely large.
It is obscenely large. It is humanoid in appearance. Brightwing is quick to insist that it is not anatomically correct.
Well, anatomically correct.
Yeah.
So,
But it's even like this cape that flows down off of its shoulders and from its armor. It's even that has been petrified, but it creates this thick, heavy shell that actually has kept this large statue kind of balanced and in place for a very long time.
Would
I
I
didn't have any kind of
any
any
information about something
idea
like
of
that,
what
or
what maybe would have been that large?
So you would all have to probably go there in person to start looking and examining things. Otherwise, this is all that you can kind of glean from Brightwing describing things and from Wuria translating what she's seeing through Brightwing's eyes.
I want to go look.
does it does it look like there's anything other than these statues
Does it
there?
look
Like
safe
these,
to look?
whatever there is there. Does Brightwing see any movement or anything that looks like it would be concerning for us to go look?
She's not seeing any kind of movement, or he's not seeing any kind of movement, other than just the water in the river moving a little bit faster, because it kind of starts narrowing in this particular area, so it's not like slowly meandering, but it's actually picked up a little bit of a current. And then no, specifically from his perspective, kind of flying up high, there's like no small, even like night creatures or mice or hawks or owls or anything in the immediate vicinity that he can see.
Well, other lack
Oh,
of
weird then.
really any animals at all, there's nothing immediately threatening. Though lack of any animals at all is a little bit unnerving.
That seems a little weird, but alright.
it would not be the
So
first
let's
time.
proceed with
Yeah.
caution.
Maybe
Yeah.
one at a time, just in case if, you walk up there and you get frozen, we don't all
We don't
join
all-
the parade.
Don't-
Okay.
Not
I mean, Brightwing didn't get frozen.
True.
And he was just flying all over the place.
If it was an area of effect, I would assume it would have applied to Brightwing.
Yeah.
also, I mean, these things
I mean,
are
yes,
old.
be cautious, but
Oh yeah.
Worst case scenario, I do have greater restoration prepared, so I can go last.
good.
Reassuring.
Yay, Elias.
Just in case.
Okay. So you push on just a little bit, probably taking another 20 minutes or so to reach this particular area. And you can see the bridge is probably about 20, 30 feet up. And the sides of the terrain here are fairly steep, where the river has just dug it's a canyon down. This area here is got lots of handholds, and looks like it would be fairly simple to climb, like going straight up. This is a lot more sloped on the other side of the river, and it looks like it would be a very easy climb once you went across the water. And then there's a narrow area here, about 10 or 15 feet, where there's no path or shore. It's just rock face with the river moving in between, sort of like down a little bit of a sort of like not exactly rapids, but rocks and whatnot that would make it not conducive to rafting, but climbable if wet.
How tall is it?
So it is proportionally human sized. So let's see here. That would be if a person was about 5 to 6 feet tall and they were 1 square wide, this person would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, wait, hold on. So it's about 8 squares. 8 times. For some reason, I can't math tonight. So it's 5 squares wide, or it's about 8 squares wide. Multiply that by 5, so
40.
that's
40 feet.
40. 40. And then that would be, would that be 40 feet tall?
Pythagorean theorem. This.
I don't
Right.
know. It's super tall. Like if
Okay.
it's 40 feet wide and then
Well, most people are not actually 5 feet wide.
right.
Your arm span is usually your height.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
kind of what I'm thinking. So if the arm span is about that's a great
But
point.
it's not stretching its arms out. If they're bent, it would be about half of that. So we can assume
Right.
it's at least 80 feet tall.
Well, here. So here's shoulder to this. So
That's
that's
my rough
18
approximation
feet.
math.
Going out to there.
Also,
36, 32. So it's
Plus-
somewhere
plus the
between
shoulder.
80 and 100 feet tall. So it is massive. Massive in size. This is no normal giant. But it's too realistic looking to have been like a construct or a golem of some kind.
Okay.
But its nature and its physicality just seem very, very strange. At least from what you can see here. Now, you're all currently just kind of come up into this scene, and you can explore as you wish.
Do you guys want to go across or go up? I can quite easily do either one. I'm not picky.
Pernell's gonna activate her wings.
Okay.
But can quite easily do either way.
The easy way.
Yeah.
well, I mean, I guess the question is, what are we trying to find?
I don't think we know what we're looking for. I think it's more of a just taking a look at them and
Really investigating.
At the moment.
yeah.
Well,
Potentially just answers, I guess, if you want to know what you're looking for.
I'm gonna fly up here and take a look
Maybe
at
none
this
of you
person
got.
up close. Or
Okay.
this statue.
Go ahead and make an intelligence history check now that you're up close and kind of looking at some of these things.
Okay. 15.
So they are wearing they're wearing armor and wielding weapons that are kind of basic. in their nature. This particular figure is dwarven, and it looks as if at a glance from where you are, you can see a number of elves and dwarves that are outfitted similarly.
But this one's huge.
Very much appearing as if they're one unified force. And you would guess this is like
Early Guardian?
not even that, like, because in our lore, Guardian was started by immigrant elves from the Shadowfell. This is like, this would probably predate the Age of Arcanum.
Okay.
This is incredibly ancient. Just looking at their style of weapons and whatnot, like by the time the Age of Arcanum rolled around, like humans were building cities in the sky. Elves and dwarves had advanced their weapon and armor smithing and their society and their culture for so long. This would be, the style is kind of like old Greco-Roman, kind of not really sophisticated in comparison to more modern styles of forging and whatnot.
Pernell's just gobsmacked by that for a moment.
Yeah. And then from this particular perspective, you're seeing this tall armored figure. And a little bit closer, you definitely notice there's a very, very strong motif of something divine about the figure. Almost. Just in terms of like its general look.
I'm gonna just use a detect
Okay.
magic.
I'm just gonna say that too, so I'll let
Yeah.
Dallas do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was
Here.
having the same exact thought, Kristen.
Yeah.
So
Just
you're gonna have to
for
get
shits and
closer
giggles.
to. So from
No,
where
it's
you're at on that little
okay, I
shoreline
guess.
there,
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to see anything
Yeah,
of
can I-
magical note. Of
So we
Near the bridge.
climb
Can
up.
I jump up?
it's
Or
only
is it
about 20 or
taller
30
than
feet, and I'm pretty sure with the ring of jumping you can clear that easily.
We're just gonna
this
hop
is-
on Phyla.
Sure.
Phyla.
This is a very, very easy climb, and
I'll
is
climb it.
not at all a challenge. So as long as you kind of go slowly and take your time, it's not gonna. You can't roll a 1 because you can do the effective of take 10 to do it. Lots of easy handholds. It's not wet. There's a little bit of moisture in some of the ground and whatnot from earlier rains, but the rocks themselves are dry.
I feel like Leah
Yeah,
likes the
I want to
ground.
just go
Yeah,
up
I'm gonna
and
try to
Leah
climb
does
up.
not
detect
feel like
magic.
mountain climbing if she doesn't have to. That's
Okay,
like,
you
I
can stay
like
down
it.
there.
Unless everybody is climbing up it.
I mean,
or,
I was
like,
gonna climb up.
I think everybody left.
Yeah.
Everybody's climbing up.
I mean, Leah has no way of identifying her. I feel like to Leah, climbing it is not going to help her learn anything.
Yeah.
So honestly, she might stay on the ground just to at least keep an eye out for anything else that might be coming.
I mean, I suggest that whoever has the broom, which may or may not still be Wiria, hands the broom to Leah in case something happens.
That's good.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
All right. Having kind of reached the area of the bridge and that higher point, you can see that the river cuts back and forth, kind of meandering deeper and deeper into the mountains higher up. It starts elevating visibly, and you can see the shifts in the water as there's a series of rapids and falls as the sort of river cut canyon gets narrower and narrower as it keeps climbing. But you also see a very large cave that's probably about 15 feet or so high and a good 20, 30 feet opening right up here.
Out of curiosity, since you said the big statue seems to have something divine about it, I wouldn't have any idea of what
it's
it
like
might.
you can make
he
a
might
religion check if you
be,
would
'cause
like.
I'm
An
proficient in
intelligence religion, I
religion.
believe.
Yes, I am proficient in that.
Did detect magic ping anything?
Not from where you're at.
Okay. I'll keep
got-
walking.
From what you can see. Okay.
18 religion.
You're looking at some of the motif. It looks like it is a very sort of primitive symbology of, and I just completely blanked on the name. Give me just a second while
I feel that in my
feel that.
soul.
God of what?
Okay, which deity
Yeah.
it was?
No,
This
Haku.
would be the okay, hold on.
My first instinct is cord after all this battle, but
Hold on. Oh, okay, there's these other pages.
that would do it.
Shock.
Yeah. Arathis, actually.
Oh.
And actually, that's, I think, the district he's from in Vasselheim originally was the one dedicated to Arathis. If I
Then it
remember
makes
my
sense
own
that you
character,
recognize that
if I remember my own character's
Possibly, yeah.
backstory correctly, I think.
Yeah, very much very old back during early civilization type iconography and identification.
I'll start crossing the bridge and going over to this little structure. The
Okay.
detect magic, so I can get a better idea. Get up a little closer.
Once you get within range of that, you do pick up just the faintest hints of conjuration. And other things that the spell is not capable of identifying, but like more of a lingering aura and less of an active enchantment kind of thing.
Huh, that's weird. Bit of magic on all this, but it's old.
Like very old.
Well,
That doth
I mean,
not
all of
surprise
this
me.
looks old, so that's
Yeah.
perhaps less surprising than it could be.
Can we tell
maybe
what the
don't touch
structure
it.
was for?
Yeah.
This is ancient history.
Yes. I would say
Yeah.
Well, you know it is if Pernell says so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've only seen kind of gestures to the big statue, symbolism like that in history books.
Yeah. You can go ahead and make another religion check, Elias, as you approach this thing and people are...
Ooh, not as good this time. 14.
Okay. You're guessing that there's some kind of significance to this, what was some kind of raised sort of pavilion and dais, but it's not Arathis.
Judging by the way, like the direction they're based, all like the statues are facing, it seemed like whatever they were fighting was essentially there.
That is a logical conclusion.
Okay.
Actually, can I see any iconography on the normal-sized statue
Folks?
people? Folks?
Folks.
It's kind of generic.
Nothing
too
specific.
really identifiable. There is a it looks, it's difficult to make out, because if there was any kind of iconography on, or like on clothing or surfaces, since everything is stone,
Eroded.
you don't get, and if there's anything on a surface, it likely would have been eroded. But if they had some sort of heraldry or something, it wouldn't have survived the transition to petrification and then the weathering afterwards.
Where was the cave?
The cave is up top.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, old battle site.
Yeah. Fighting something.
Really old battle site? Probably not still ongoing battle site, unless
I don't know. Is there like any
Hopefully.
signs of like anything being around recently?
Go ahead and make a wisdom survival check and search around for evidence of creatures or things.
Aren't you on top of the statue?
What?
I don't know.
I don't think anyone actually climbed the statue.
I
could-
could
I
could
could
take a look
The
if you
wall.
wish, but
Here.
Oh,
ledge.
the cliff side.
Yeah, just
I thought you were
climb
climbing
up
on the statue. That's why I was like,
Oh,
why
no.
are we climbing?
No.
No,
No,
you're
it's
climbing
17.
the wall.
I
Yeah.
missed that there was a wall. I was, because looking from here, I'm like, it's all flat terrain. There's
This
a bridge.
is a wall down here,
Yeah.
and that's what we climbed.
Oh, I thought we were already on top
Instead
of
of crossing the river, yeah. Nope.
I rolled
My
a
bad.
17.
Well, then, yeah, I would have climbed. I was really confused. I was like, climbing this statue is going to make it harder to look at. I was genuinely like, okay, you guys have fun. I'm going to stay down here on the ground where it's useful.
Also, we have multiple sources of flying, so if anyone
Yeah.
wants
to get a closer look, we can fly up.
Leah, as you
Actually do,
approach
Mhm.
that area,
Yeah.
you get a sensation of that there's almost like a presence of the Wild Mother. Like there's something about that particular area that is, it feels like there's some sort of lingering presence there.
We'll, I mean, it feels like this place is somehow connected to the Wild Mother, but I have no idea why.
Well,
They're connected to a lot of things at this point.
yeah, I mean,
So
the
we've
Wild
got
Mother is one of the more
Arathis,
benign
Wild Mother.
options, so I'll take
Yeah.
that.
Yes, Arathis' symbol is here. That would
Yeah.
make some sense to me at
Yeah,
least.
the big guy is.
Who?
All of this is
Big.
very,
Big.
very much over Velas's
Who?
head.
Big
Yeah, well,
statue.
Leah's
has
never
some
heard of that god. Like, who is that?
goddess of goddess of architecture and
Civilization.
civilization and order and
So, not
basically
fun things.
So the things Leah
not
doesn't
bad
care
things.
about.
Leah's making a face of like, yeah, that's why I've never heard of them.
Pernell's gonna like smirk over to
Hey.
Leah, and there are told stories that Arathis and the Wild Mother are lovers of a sort.
Oh.
Bit of a
Leah does not.
tempestuous relationship, if I recall correctly. I'd have to look up if that's the one that's.
I mean,
Those of you with
I
detect magic
remember.
up notice that the aura strengthens the closer Leah gets to it.
Leah, be careful.
Yeah.
Did Tegan
There's
see anything like activity wise?
So there's nothing
I'll be right
invisible or
back.
transformed about it. And if you can, because True Sight let you see magic, I don't think it lets you specifically see
No.
magic.
No. And I was just trying to see if there was any like activity, like if it looked like nobody had been near for a long time, or.
Oh,
Like,
right. I'm
anything
sorry.
that
What did you roll about
It's
that?
okay.
You were just searching around the ground and stuff.
Yeah, just see if anything. So 17.
17. Okay. So from what you can tell, along the area up here with where these statues are, where this sort of raised area is, and where the bridge is, for the most part, it doesn't seem like there's been a lot here, but it does look as if one of the statues, specifically the one that is over here, from what you can see, looking at the various fragments, was destroyed somewhat recently. Looking at where the plant, the moss has grown on it, with the weathering patterns and whatnot, like something very massive must have smashed it. And it just looks somewhat different than everything else.
Interesting.
What?
Something broke this fairly recently. Something large.
Could be the dragon, could be the aberrations.
Yeah.
Leah, that
Maybe.
seems
If there
to
was
be
a
reacting to
dragon
you.
that
What
had
is
done this,
reacting to Leah?
you would
I
have
missed-
seen more evidence of a dragon.
Like,
I feel like
you would
there's
have
even
The
more
building.
damage.
The magic.
The
on
building. The building is
There's
a building?
This.
structure.
For the
Oh.
pavilion structure.
My laptop resolution is tiny, so I am zoomed incredibly. So
Gotcha.
I'm like, what? It's all rocks.
Yeah, so like,
back in.
where she's kind of standing right now, the aura has just kind of like, it went from being almost like background radiation noise to growing almost, in proportion to where she's stopped.
Yeah, be very, very careful. There's some kind of conjuration on this, and the closer you get, the brighter it gets. Didn't respond to anybody else.
So can Leah sense that it's getting does the sense that she get or that she got feel any stronger as far as the Wild Mother's presence? Or
It's not that the Wild Mother's presence is getting stronger, but
yeah.
it's as you've approached it, it's definitively coming from that area. There's something about this that I would say, if you used divine sense, that you would sense that area is hallowed.
Oh yeah, I was looking through my things and I was like, do I have something? And that would be so. Yes, she's going to do that because I couldn't for the life of me remember. I was like, I know I have a thing, don't I?
Right. That area is hallowed, and is basically consecrated in the presence of the Wild Mother, but it's old, incredibly old.
So Leah will, after using her divine sense, say, I believe it is protected. But as far as she knows from that, being hallowed doesn't tell her anything about whether or not something would be conjured, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Because I'm as far as Leah knows, is and she I didn't throw up detect magic, so I'm just it seems protected. But beyond that,
Wherefore were they all fighting it? Or something from it?
Not entirely sure we want to know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember how the hallow spell.
Or that we ever really will know. I mean, it's...
I don't know.
Alright,
we'll find out
I'm
in the way we don't
curious
want to
enough
find out.
that I'm gonna come up and just not step onto it, but next to it, and
Sure.
just look for any writing or any symbols or anything.
There's no writing or symbols or anything that you can see.
Okay.
With stone, or that carved into the stone or anything like that.
Okay.
At least the base of where these pillars are. I don't know if any of you have kind of noticed or seen, but on the other side of the river, it looks like the top of this structure broken off and collapsed.
Okay,
That's what that is.
Yeah.
I'll go around and look at that. Is that giving a magic ping too?
It's
a metal detector for magic.
Think of it like an after image almost. It's really more coming from this what's remaining here. Everything that was sort of broken away is more like it's a residual heat signature of magic.
Okay.
Faint and almost barely perceptible.
Penelope's gonna get a bit curious and fly up and take a better look at the this big one over here, just because this is so fucking massive.
Right. Like... So your best bet is that this is some kind of ancient warrior. In terms of its as you're kind of looking a bit closer, the cloak that you see that it wears, it's worn down, but a little bit closer you can see it might be a set of like folded wings.
Huh.
Like this might have been some ancient celestial titan.
Gods. What happened to you?
Leah's going to very carefully and slowly, whatever, just walk towards. Oh, I should reset my health. That is not walk towards it, and so Hallow's not a spell she can cast, but given the fact that she can at least see if something is hallowed and knows that it is protected, I feel like she should be able to reason. If it seems connected to the Wild Mother, it's either going to like her or it's really not.
Well, it seems to actively be responding to your presence.
Yeah, but she's not sure if it is a positive or negative reaction. So she's just going
like through your divine sense, and you sense the presence of the Wild Mother.
Yeah, that's what.
And there's no hostility. Like there is the sense of like this is a place that is somehow important to the Wild Mother. So it is naturally you feel a place of calm, serenity, and power.
Okay.
Like there's no sense of alarm or dread looking at this thing. Is purely just like you can feel you feel a stronger connection with the Wild Mother here.
Okay. So then
possibly because of the Hallow or otherwise.
Going to slowly just walk up onto the thing.
As you're approaching it, there's sort of like a slow, gentle, warm, golden light that kind of begins to infuse that small area. And as you're very close to it, you can see what look like mostly missing now, but sort of golden green energy kind of coursing across and around the stone, almost like it's ivy. Like it looks as if it had been invisible or carved, like it had been carved or worn down over the years, but as you approach, it sort of lightens and warms. It seems to react to your presence as a paladin of the Wild Mother. And you very much get the sense that this is a protected place that is basically warded.
Actually, did I? Sorry, I just realized I reset my hit points. Well, they were reset in D&D Beyond. So yeah, I was like, I was just making sure. I was like, that was right?
Right. Everyone's at max HP.
We've had a long rest.
Yeah.
All their spell slots. That's all set up.
Sword and then come back.
I'm just like looking at him like, I don't know that I have anything actually like spell wise even other than like, I mean, I don't have ceremony prepared. I'm like, maybe something like that, but I don't even know. But she's just, so Leah's just gonna walk carefully, into the center of this thing if she can, and just set her glaive down on the ground and just because her glaive is infused with Wild Mother Mojo, whatever.
Right.
And just, see if
Wild
the
Mother
area
Mojo.
or her glaive, or if there's any do the flowers bloom a little bit, like any type of, she's just curious, honestly.
So with it being nighttime, the flowers all sort of close and whatnot. But once you enter this area and they all start blooming a little bit and opening up like they might normally during a dawn and during the day. But other than that, you don't really sense any particular reaction. But from what you can tell, this hallow effect, in addition to all of the standard stuff, is currently sent to affect or ward against extra-dimensional interference. So affected creatures cannot move into it or out of it through extra-dimensional or interplanar means.
Well, we don't have to worry about.
And the area really only extends to like the circumference of this circle here.
Mm-hmm. And you said it's night, right?
Yep. Bright moonlit night.
Because Leah's just honestly thinking, like, this might be as good a place to set a dome as any, because it's protected from things popping up.
Yeah, this is
as you're in there, you can there is a decided temperature shift, and it does get sort of like warmer, almost like it would be daylight.
So yeah, Leah will relay kind of this and just like, I mean, nothing can get in through. No rifts or portals will be opening up in this area.
I'm curious,
exact area, but
this particular place where you're standing is safe.
Yes.
What were they fighting right here?
Leah's honestly just gonna look at the giant statue, because looking at the position of the broken top and the angle of that thing's sword, she's just gonna look and say, quite possibly whatever that was. She, especially not knowing any of the lore, she's just like, giant thing with sword aimed at this thing which is broken.
Did the Celestial have any iconography on it?
Arathis.
Yeah,
this is a Celestial Arathis.
Yeah.
Lover squirrel?
Perhaps, but also perhaps just it's possible that whatever happened here, the blessing of the Wild Mother came
afterwards.
After? It's hard to say.
If they all were petrified.
Yeah.
We're really just guessing, and
yeah,
honestly, none of this is helping our goal here. So,
knowing what we can about the area helps somewhat. Perhaps not now, but perhaps it shall make more sense later.
If we do need a place to rest soon, with it being night and all, honestly, this is protected ground similar to inside the church that I think it was the church in the Shadowfell. Similar to the church back in the Shadowfell. So, honestly, this platform might be the best spot for a dome if we need a place. To stay.
Oh, we should not.
Unless we're traveling straight through the night, but I don't feel like exhausted.
Generally, traveling straight through the night is not the best choice.
Yeah.
Do we want to take a look at least the entrance to that cave so we know what we're dealing with up there?
Hey, Brightwing, you mind taking a look at the entrance to the cave?
Certainly.
Again, don't attack anything, please.
I'd like to get close as well, so I can use a primeval awareness near the entrance.
Sure. Okay. Brightwing kind of meanders inside, and it's a cave, but it smells bad. Like something's unwashed that lives here. It goes back quite a ways.
So not death, just dirty. in a
disappear.
biological way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll kind of wander across and over slowly and kind of quietly and just stop and test.
A few moments later, as you're concentrating, you can hear Brightwing respond. Sounds like there's something in here that's snoring. Big and it's smelly, but it's still a ways away. And then
we have a smelly snoring thing, guys.
Oh.
Velis,
yeah.
You pick up after a few moments, almost immediately. It's strange. Felt a little bit like the Bulette, where the Bulette wasn't like a pure aberration, something constructed, but rather it felt like something had been corrupted. And this feels the same way.
I'm gonna use the brooch back to Wiria because that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is, it's big, it's aberrant, not born that way, made that way.
Good to know. Wiria passes that on.
So maybe we don't want to stay here.
Yeah.
Stay further from that cave. Might be a good plan.
What do we deal with
also, you're picking up something in the air, not less than a half mile away, quarter mile away ish.
And I'll do it again and we have
Track
something flying.
Flying aberrant?
This way. And again, you get that sense that it's not a pure aberrant creature, but rather some modified, corrupted one. But it's basically flying straight at this direction.
It's coming toward us quickly.
So it sounds like we're gonna have a fight.
Great.
We should look for somewhere to get out of sight if we can, if there's anything.
Not
Maybe
the
press
cave.
up against the cliff.
Underneath a giant statue.
The bridge.
Come back.
Well.
I mean, Wiria is gonna join wherever everyone is and cast invisibility on herself and Phyla.
Okay.
Can I kind of shimmy down here quickly?
Sure. Doesn't take much time or effort.
I want to get like right up, tucked up under these rocks and hide.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hop down here.
Which direction?
Right.
Yeah.
It's coming from roughly the north. Well, okay, so let's take this and
how are we orienting
south.
the map?
Up is south.
Okay.
So it's coming from like a southeast direction. So basically from this side over here.
Okay.
But like a ways out.
Okay. Then Wiria's gonna go over there, but be invisible.
Yeah, I'll come around.
Okay.
If we're thinking we're gonna enter combat, can I request a pause to take the dog out because he's been getting increasingly more demanding?
Sure.
And I don't want to take him out mid-combat.
All right. Well, let's just take a quick break. It's 7 o'clock anyways, so
break time.
Yeah, it's been long enough for a break anyway.
Yeah.
But like,
we'll be back, and then there will probably be combat. So
as we creep closer and closer to probable combat, I was like,
we shall deal with this the way we deal with everything else.
Punch him in the asshole.
Yes, the prison pocket.
What is with you? I'm gonna use that new spell that I got just to punch Nox. I think I'm gonna do it. If we're not doing it tonight, I think I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna wallop him right now.
I was trying to have a moment, but no.
It's Bureau's fault. Blame Bureau. He's the one who said it.
I said it once.
I know.
So
You shouldn't have said it enough.
but when John hears it and he loves something, he's gonna run that joke into the fucking ground. That's what you don't understand.
He's gonna bury that thing 10 feet deep.
Here lies
10
Prison Pocket,
feet up the prison
episode
pocket.
55 to 80.
Side behind you, those of you who are still in the four-way intersection.
Oh boy.
You watch as coming out of that weird green glowy liquid
Motherfucker.
is another one.
Fucking
I knew
hell.
I knew I should have drank it. I knew I should have drank it.
No.
I don't think you should have drank the
No.
snake liquid.
People have been telling me that for years. I've never taken their advice.
Oh my god.
Big inspiration.
What you gonna do?
Someone clip that, please. Tommy, clip that shit.
And I fist hard. And I fist strong.
All right, I'm down. Let's do this.
I'm not King Shimon. Let's do this.
Excellent. Prepare your body. No, you should not eat dinner before this. Otherwise, you might puke it all over me, and that is just. Ugh. We are fisters here, men of culture.
Well, I had fun.
I don't know. It seems like a rather unsatisfying finish, don't you think?
I don't know.
Thou
I'm
hast
pretty
heard
satisfied.
Such a thing many times. He set himself up for that fucker.
Elias just falls out of his chair.
This one quickly reaches out to catch him.
This is at least worth. If something's going on in this city involving, I'd like to know about it.
Of course, I shall follow their lead. Yeah. But for now, I know thou wishest to have thy spell time.
Spell time?
She just like she doesn't really know.
That's a phrase.
She's like, that's.
Is that what they're calling it now?
He wants to go alone into the bedroom.
Not how modern slang works.
Put out some incense. What do you think?
It's gonna take me like 10 minutes.
Nah, I'll just void that. I'll cast locate object on gold coins.
You get several thousand dings on your locate object. Without too much trouble with that, you are able to find the horde of Zuthus, the corroded soul.
We found them. Yay.
Fike, I shall not say this very often, but get the hole ready.
Yeah, it's not gonna fit in the bag, brah. It's not fitting
just
in the
got
bag.
experience points.
Yes!
Let's go. Let's go.
I hope you've got quite a few other a small army of capable fighters with you.
Smash cut to small army fighting people in the ring in that bar.
Ding, 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 ding.
Smash cut to Vanya and Orione fighting what looks to be about a dozen other dwarves in a caged ring.
Please tell me Tell me Vanya is wielding Orani like a club and is just and is swinging down, stopping right before that. Orani punches. Hey, the punching club, my only weakness.
Just leave one leg open so I can kick him too.
Smash cut back to the office. Smash cut back to the office of Nostock.
You could say we have something along those lines.
Specifically, that one's called, fuck.
It's a weird name for an island. Fuck.
Fuck it, I said
really
it.
don't want to go there.
Now. It's Fuck Island.
It's either the best or the worst island in the archipelago.
So named.
It's definitely not a mediocre experience, though.
So named because everybody who goes there says, fuck, this is a terrible place.
That's actually their slogan. Fuck, this is a terrible place.
Yeah, it's what their tourism bureau tells people. Yeah, so as you're going by Fuck Island, you hear some crows saying, yeah, the people on Fuck Island are fighting each other again.
I don't suppose the crows recognize any cult symbols?
Nah, no cults there. Just 3 different groups of people with very strong ideas about what to do.
Just a bunch of fuckers, really.
Yeah, basically.
So these fuckers want to raise taxes.
Only some of the horrible things going on are cult things. The rest are just regular terrible people.
Just double checking.
That's fair.
Because I kind of want to know who our neighbors are, but that'll be on that goes on to the to-do list.
All right. Yeah. Let me come up with some quick faction names for you while we're sailing.
The factions that we can get to fight each other harder.
Sure. They're already in a turf war. You can't start one amongst them.
Okay, so our goal is to stop the turf war. Got it.
We need to unite the fuckers against a common foe.
Common fuckery.
Friends, Romans, fuckers.
Under the banner of common fuckery.
Oh, I'm so glad we named it Fuck Island. Oh,
I thought I didn't have enough caffeine for this, but apparently I do.
I'm just gonna go ahead and start another Google Doc real quick for Fuck Island. Because I think we're gonna see more of it in the future. Alrighty. So yeah, you pass by Fuck Island. The fuckers are fighting the fuckers are fighting the shitters again.
Fuck you all. I might be crying. I'm laughing so hard.
Oh, you're gonna have to give me a second. Okay.
Fucking same.
if we conquer it and then eventually trade it away in a business deal, we could give somebody a fuck. Or if we refuse to do it, we would not give a fuck.
Fuck you!
Look at all the fuck I have to give. Yeah. Okay.
If the shitters are involved, I don't want to I don't want to take any shit.
I think I'm just dead, guys. I'm sorry.
Their main factions are now canonically the fuckers, the shitters, and the dammers. The fuckers really want to fuck shit up. The shitters just the shitters are big on the idea of public infrastructure, specifically for sewage, and the dammers are really, really big on building dams for some reason.
They're a big fan of beavers.
Yeah, big fan of beavers. They're beaver people. Yes.
So it's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure planning.
It's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure of two people who have very strong ideas on two groups of people who have very strong ideas about what the main form of public infrastructure should be and what their focus should be, versus one other group of people who just really, really want to fuck shit up.
I just thought like the fuckers were just like really into just making it a very island brothel.
Fuck.
This is starting to sound like a Dr. Seuss book.
Almost.
It's really all just really about the type of whorehouse they want.
Well, we'll work on it. I'll write something for Fuck Island. Do not fear.
You're
the main
welcome.
takeaway for now: beaver people are now canon for Euelia. They will all speak in Newfie accents. All of them. All right. So yeah, Fuck Island. That is now.
Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
And I'm gonna inflict wound.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna do inflict. Whoops. Come back.
Inflict whoops.
Whoops. Inflict whoops. As if I've made a terrible mistake.
Very educational.
Of course. It is my calling to aid those in the name of the Wild Mother. You are a follower, and from what I've seen, a good one. And it was my pleasure to assist you in such a daunting task.
Given all that, she said you would be most effective of a teacher. So, and she was not wrong.
Well, I have long caught the Wild Mother's eye in doing good works for her for many a year. And the fact that she would say something like that to you about me.
Just watching this being like both a bit like surprised and also like, oh shit, she called him a crotchety asshole. I'm not gonna. Don't think about it.
I did so enjoy slicing into his flesh that one time. I was a battle axe that time. It was pretty cool.
It just like does that. Oh, it's so fucking weird to hear you say pretty cool.
I'm picking up the nomenclature. Things have changed a bit, but I'm starting to pick up, the lingo.
Ren would appreciate him way more than Arani.
I'm cool. I'm hip with it.
Tucka. I just realized he does kind of have a Dr. Evil's voice.
I'm hip with it. I get jiggy. I get down.
Let us return at a later time.
Very well. Did you wish to speak to anyone, Seo?
Who do I speak to?
Depending on your needs, the High Priest? Or whatever the equivalent is for temple.
Who's the High Priest?
Damn it.
Hey, y'all.
Maybe I'll just grab a really quick glass of eggnog, because that will take a second.
Hope you're down
glass of
low in the
eggnog.
initiative rank.
Is acceptable.
Okay. What we got?
Okay. Leah, as you step off the platform, you get just a brief flash. It's almost as if it's like a memory coming to you unbidden. And I think what's especially weird about it is like you get the quick sense that it is a flash of a memory, but someone else's memory.
Is it kind of like when I first like infused my glaive and got like the flashbacks of like young caretaker and stuff?
Kind of.
Like I'm assuming this is older, but like as far as what she can best relate it to, of like.
Yeah, I think from that sense, it was more like you were having, it was like a third person type of thing. This is a first person. Like it's specifically the perspective of somebody. And it's just the briefest flash. And it's weird because you suddenly know what it's like to be shorter. And it just everything it in the brief moment that you were experiencing it, it felt natural, but then afterwards you're like, that's what being an elf feels like.
Being warrior feels
so
like.
You get the brief glimpse, and it was just there was a sense of urgency, of chaos, of battle, the shouting. And it's weird in that it's like you can't quite remember what they were saying. It made sense to you in the moment, but afterwards,
When you wake up from a dream and you're like, "What was going on?" Because you can kind of remember it, but it's
right.
like
It's
it
like
made
almost
sense
like a
then,
dream
and now
that
you're
was
like,
right.
"What?"
But you distinctly recall that there was that you were there's a sense of desperation, of panic, but also partially of like almost like exaltation, and you distinctly remember there was sort of someone, you were in that dais area, but there was someone by your side. They were shorter. It was a woman. It was a dwarf. She was dressed in robes of some kind. You were like sort of, you had like this mantle of what appeared to be like a combination of like leaves and feathers and such. And you feel this distinctive idea of the presence of this was someone who the Wild Mother was important to, and was important to the Wild Mother. And she was sort of reaching out with one hand. There was just this riot of color and light around her. With her other hand, she was holding this dwarf woman's hand, who looked like she was there. You don't quite get a glimpse of what it was, but there's just like this shadow that's falling over all of you from something. And it looks like she was dressed in robes of what you now know of as Arathis. And the sounds of
the dwarf or the
dwarf, yes.
Okay. And I was dressed as somebody of the Wild Mother.
You're guessing a druid of sorts.
Yeah,
Is your
okay.
first
Just
first
making
bit.
sure I was tracking correctly between the me person and the dwarf. Okay.
And there is just it's again it's fading quickly.
Mhm.
But you also get just the sense of like there were things hateful, angry things that were everywhere. You had this sense of being surrounded. You didn't get to see a whole lot because it's the details are already fading.
Yeah.
But you distinctly remember seeing like so many that it was like blotting out a lot of the light.
So as she steps off of the thing, so I guess I'll still be slightly over here. She's gonna just kind of pause. You see her pause for a moment and then look up, and then just start looking around at all of the statues and say, "Does anybody see a dwarf and female statue?"
And as you look
she's
around,
gonna start looking for the dwarf that she could,
the
while she's still clinging
statues
to that memory.
are in similar positions as to some of those figures that were in your peripheral vision when you had that glimpse.
So yeah, she's scanning the area just to see if
there's no sign of that particular dwarf.
Okay.
Just don't see one. Wherefore?
I don't.
She looks very confused almost, and is half looking up at the sky still, of just like half expecting things to come swarming again. Not sure what that was that she saw, but I don't know how to explain it, but she'll keep walking. But as she goes,
get out of sight.
She's definitely, and I'm like, and I will, she's not running necessarily, because as she's going, she is checking each statue for, either the dwarven woman or something that would resemble what she saw herself wearing.
You can quickly see, just in the statues nearby, you don't see either of them.
Okay. Which I feel like almost leads to more questions, because now her brain is like, okay, so what happened to them?
You all hear a far off cry or roar. It's odd. But if anyone would like to make a nature check.
Sure, I'm terrible at that.
I'm actually proficient in nature.
Oh,
I'm not. I'll leave it to those who are.
I can try.
It's really cocked. Oh,
yeah, I rolled terribly. I'm distracted.
22.
20.
I got a 10 total.
I rolled real good.
Okay. So, Velis, since you're not necessarily proficient in nature, and your background is more in creatures of the Underdark, nothing particularly strikes you as you hear this creature, other than that, based on roughly where it's coming from, that might be connected to the thing that you were sensing.
And I'm going to grab the brooch and go, Leah, get down! Since she seems very distracted.
Yeah.
Right. Wurya, you may have actually, maybe not necessarily encountered one of these before, but just in your many travels, as you went around Tal'Dorei, most especially when you were up in the sort of the Whitestone Mountain region, you didn't encounter it directly, but the caravan was sort of on guard for a few days. The unique thing about this particular creature is that when it roars, it's roaring with more than just one mouth and one head. And it sounds as if it's like a manticore, because you recognize this. You've heard this before. This sort of multi-headed monstrosity. I'm sorry, not a manticore. Chimera.
Chimera. Okay.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay.
No, not.
I was mixing
I guess that's
up.
true. Manticores. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No heads. Yeah.
Similar,
So Wurya, who is currently invisible, is going to have Brightwing go and like tell. Purnell is close to a lot of people. Tell Purnell
I already told everyone to get out of
that
sight.
it is a chimera, but he's going to tell Purnell what it is.
Okay.
So that the folks that are up there have a sense of what's going on. And then
you'll let people know.
Yeah.
Aberrant chimera. Cool.
creep closer to
Right.
Velis while still
Wonderful.
invisible and
Yeah.
whisper, Chimera.
So under the bridge.
Yeah. I'm gonna scurry down.
All right. So I would like everyone to make a dexterity stealth check as you hide and.
Fold those wings.
26.
Like that.
Oh no.
Oh, and I have advantage. Let me just re-roll it just in case.
At least
I'll
it's
take
a
the first
straight
one.
roll for me now, but that isn't because it is
32.
Okay.
I don't like the face that you're making when you are directly beside me.
23.
Natural 1.
Hey.
Oh, no. 12.
Okay.
You're beside
All right.
me.
It's okay. Both
Why
of us
did you?
young people
Why
are the
did you
most,
get beside me?
Not intentionally.
You hear
I
the
was just
flap
crossing the
of
bridge.
the leathery wings before you can see this creature as it kind of soars up and over and kind of up from behind this large statue and then like slowly wheel around. And you can hear again this sort of strong, multi-throated cry from it. But those of you who are in a position to get a slight glimpse of it, notice
Leah's
that
definitely gonna look at it.
yeah, this thing has definitely been affected. You can see that similar to the squirrel, where it had gone like furless, the lion and goat heads are like weirdly stretched and emaciated and furless, and like there's like looks like tumors and other things kind of growing on them. The wings themselves are sort of misshapen. Oddly enough, it can still manage to fly. It's got multiple. The dragon head is. It looks mostly the same, except it's like as it roars again. The mouth kind of opens wider and wider and sort of impossibly wide, and you can see sort of like an outstretched, kind of like a goblin shark thing where like there's another inner mouth that kind of comes out and it kind of snaps a little
Do
bit.
not want.
As it
Bit alien
it's
there.
also like misshapen and just larger than normal kind of thing. But yeah, it is a horrific looking creature, and it kind of wheels over. And most everyone is sort of like quiet and silent except like Elias. He like shifts position or something, and the sand or the soil or the dirt underneath the statue that he's kind of like hiding behind and under shifts, and it just kind of like creaks a little bit, and then like slowly but surely topples over. Crunch.
You see him just like.
I feel like it falls down the
then-
cliff in front
Yeah,
of
it's
my
one of those.
face.
Just like,
Yeah, it's like it goes like right past you,
Motherfucker.
and then you all just hear kersploosh.
like
And then
backwards
you can see
Moria.
and hear the chimera immediately like all three heads whip around, and it banks sharply and just begins to like in addition to like making another like you hear another roar, but it's like a larger, heavier one, and there's almost like this like like almost like a headache that kind of like just hits you as it roars again, and you feel like there's this almost like this psychic push behind it.
Having that fall directly in front of me and realizing that Elias fucked up, can I try to climb back up?
You can all roll initiative.
Yeah, let's do it. It
I'm
begins.
assuming I also failed that stealth check with an 8.
Oh!
Just not as epically as Elias.
Well, yeah, not as epically. I'm just because I was like, honestly, Leah, given what
That
I
is my turn for
had
a
just
natural
seen,
one. I knew I shouldn't have used that
honestly
die.
would have just probably stopped dead in her tracks and turned to look at it. So I was like, if I failed, yeah, it's just because Leah's
Another
just
nat one.
standing and staring at it now.
I knew I shouldn't have used that die.
Also, it wouldn't surprise me if Leah never quite made it to the hiding part because.
Oh, that's right. I have advantage on initiative. I keep forgetting that.
You do.
Oh,
that is not better. That's an ugly number. I don't like
Not
that
good.
number.
Not good either. Cool.
I rolled well. My +0 got
What
me
would
a
it have
16.
been if I had rolled the die that I knew I should have rolled?
It almost
Oh,
was an
okay.
8
No,
again.
the other one was only a 6 anyway,
go.
so I was just gonna do
What?
bad no matter what.
No.
Okay, select Wiria. Try to put in my goddamn initiative.
I spend the first
Well,
several
shit.
rounds of combat just swearing at Elias under my breath.
That's valid.
There we go.
hello.
It was sort of like a group check. The 8 would have been fine, but I'm not going to let a natural 1 go.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, there's a natural 20, so.
I will.
I got a total
totally
of
accept the fact that
32.
she is probably just standing out there in the middle of the open, just like.
Yeah.
Hi.
I mean, basically, everyone is hidden. So you can, for whatever benefit that can grant you, so it actually would grant you an advantage on an attack.
Okay.
But Leah and Elias, because it's able to perceive everyone else, or it's not able to perceive everyone else.
Cool.
Yeah, I got it. I was like, I don't think Leah made it to the hiding part yet.
No.
Yeah.
This is fine. Everything's fine.
It's sort of like that game of hide and go seek where you just can't find a hiding spot and you're just left out in the open when everyone's like,
Yep,
ready or
and you're
not,
like,
here I come.
And you lay flat on the floor and.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I've definitely
Like-
done that before.
like
That's when you
Purnell
just dive behind the sofa.
is small enough to kind of like duck down behind the edge of that bridge. It's not super tall. You're just too big, so you tried, and like your shoulders and your head are kind of sticking up above it. And you're like,
holding the wings
well,
down.
shit.
Yep.
Okay.
Hi,
So it's gonna go first.
Oh,
And
no.
so it is going to coast down on its legs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. So wait, what was that? That would be 6 is 30 feet. Oh, yeah, it can. So it basically just kind of banks over, and it's kind of doing a flyby attack. As you can see, all of its mouths kind of open at once, and it kind of takes in this deep breath.
Oh boy.
And then conveniently, Leah and Elias are like practically right next to each other.
Yeah.
I figured Leah at least would have made it to most of the middle of the group. So.
Right. Close enough. I mean, you're actually technically close enough to Elias to grant him your bonus from your.
I am.
I'm like
Look at
just.
that.
I'm like just in there.
Yay.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm gonna need Leah and Elias, since it just sees you and it's gonna kind of hit you with that in its cone effect, to make wisdom saving throws.
Okay.
As it sort of lets out with
I
this
believe-
reverberating roar of that ends up being more psychic attack than anything.
That is a
be
28.
Are you kidding me?
Oh no.
Well, okay. No, it's still a 13, but I rolled a 3.
Wow.
Okay.
Mine is a 28, so I'm good.
All right.
I suddenly
I'm good at those.
cannot roll.
Did
Okay,
you add your
so-
4?
Oh, I did not. So that makes it a 17 then.
Hey, there you go.
Okay, so that is I think that should be just enough. Let me double check. Plus 1/2. All right. That is luckily enough. Just enough. So you both take 20 points of psychic damage,
Oof.
and you're not stunned.
That's
Oh,
And you're
good.
not stunned.
and you're not stunned.
Hey, yay.
20 points of
20.
psychic damage,
Okay.
and you are not stunned as it continues soaring over and finishing its movement. It's probably about it's kind of like it swooped down and now it's kind of like on its way back up, so it is probably about 40 feet above the bridge.
Okay.
And it's now Purnell's turn, who has her wings out.
Yep. So, flying up and seeing that going away, she's going to take off after it and break out her blades and try to pin it down up here and pull its attention this way away from people.
Okay.
And take some things at
It's
it.
going to use its reaction as you get into its space.
Mm.
And it's going. The tail that it had you can see it actually looks like it's a number of tentacles that are almost like
Great.
Oh no!
Yay!
but they spread
Oh,
out and whip
tentacles.
at you, and it gets an attack against you. That's a natural 2, so yeah. Even with its modifier, it's not going to hit your AC.
Yeah,
So
fuck
go ahead
off.
and get your attack.
Okay. Did you say we get an advantage if we were hidden? But I guess I'm unhidden at this point.
You're not
so-
hidden anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
You'd have to make an attack from being hidden, and
Okay.
flying up next to it
So-
is more than enough risk to
opposite.
you.
Dirty 20.
Opposite of being hidden.
Okay. That is 10 slashing and 6 radiant.
Okay.
Then second attack is a little bit better than that. Third attack is still good. Bonus attack does not hit though. I don't think with like a 15.
No.
Okay, so second damage is 14 slashing and 6 radiant, and the last one is 9 slashing and 3 radiant.
Okay. So it whips out at you with its tail, but it did not expect these creatures that are on the ground to suddenly fly up, and it is taken a little bit by surprise, especially when you start carving into it. And you can feel waves of sort of both like anger and pain kind of coming off of it. You can like it's this thing is like bleeding out psychic feelings and emanations, like
Hurt his feelings.
yeah, it's
Literally hurt its feelings.
Feelings.
This thing is about 40 feet above you.
All right. So, it's a action to drink a potion. Is that
It's
right?
a bonus action to drink a potion.
Any potion?
Action to give it to someone else.
Yeah.
It's an action to give it to someone else, or a bonus action to
That
drink a
is even
healing.
cooler.
Healing potion.
Okay, that's why I was like, I thought that was only for healing. That's why I was specified.
I think
so
it
I
might
will
be-
take
Whatever it is, not the Eberron, the Tal'Dorei campaign setting book.
which I don't
I don't
remember.
remember.
I thought it was.
At least
Yeah,
in
we
my
should
Wednesday
double check.
game, we use the
Bonus
Tal'Dorei book
for
and it's for any potion.
Oh really?
Any potion?
it's any
Then it's any potion.
Okay.
A
I mean,
quick
from a-
quaff or something.
Yeah, from a
Yeah.
practical
Then-
standpoint, it doesn't make sense for it to
It's
necessarily.
like
So
chug!
only apply to one type than the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you chug things differently?
Then in that case, that is even more useful. Because I will finally chug that potion of flying that I've been having.
Hey!
Oh.
So yeah, suddenly Leah can fly.
Yay!
Yep.
Yeah, she
So
can.
yeah, Leah grabs her potion and
All right, you
and
take
chugs
off,
it and yep.
and there's like this stream of like golden green kind of energy that's like streaming
Wild
off.
mother energy.
It's kind of like it's like almost like a lingering energy along the various flowers and stuff that haven't quite closed back up again. But yeah,
after just
streaking off into the
watching,
sky.
Rewatching some Doctor Who, I'm like picturing just the regeneration like sparkles or like
Yeah, there's a lot of
like
a
it's
lot
that
of
type
that
of,
with
like,
some of your
just,
magic.
like,
Ambient sparkle.
cool. Yes, ambient
Okay.
sparkle.
Um,
And then apparently I have an action then still. Is that right?
Yes. The question is, does that give you a fly speed equal to your regular movement
Yes.
speed? So you
So
can
it only actually gets me 30 feet up, I think.
now you have 10-foot
Reach
range on
weapon,
your glaive
yeah.
though, right?
But yes. So yeah, I was gonna say, but that should still be enough to attack
Yes.
it, right?
Just because you have a long range weapon, yes.
And long arms.
And long arms.
So then yes, I will rearrange some stuff here, sorry. All right, so that is a 22, I believe.
Okay. That will hit.
22.
And it's already used its reaction for the turn, so it can't whip at you with its with the tail.
So that is a D10 and a D8. Debating if I want to throw a smite on this. You know what? Yeah, this thing's ugly. We're gonna also just throw a first level smite on it.
Okay.
So let me grab more D8s.
One of these days I'm gonna remember first.
I forgot to pull those out ahead of time. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
not going for like an hour, so I'm just gonna work on my sticker.
Not going for like an hour.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Everything's fine.
There's a lot of downtime in
Normally
combat.
that is
as
me.
people take turns
I
and
actually
things.
just for once, rarely in my life, actually.
But yeah,
Ooh, not
definitely
bad.
making sure that you know what you want to do on your turn.
Oh yeah, I know. I already know what I'm
is-
doing.
+5. So that is 14 bludgeoning and 17 radiant.
Nice.
Yeah, I rolled my smite damage was a 6, 6, and a 5. And then I will attack again.
All right.
Oh, that's a 9 side, so that's a 19 to hit.
Okay, that
that
will just hit.
Okay. I thought it was a 6 at first, and then I was like, no, that's 9. And I'll just do normal. Ooh, again, still pretty good. 13. So, or no, that's not adding my modifier. So, 10 bludgeoning, 8 radiant.
Okay. Yeah, this is also like an aberration creature. Technically, it's both an aberration and a monstrosity.
Right. So I do. Wait, is it aberrant? Is it aberrant things that I do extra stuff to?
I think so.
Yeah,
I know.
because we took away your undead stuff and
Yeah.
added aberrations in place.
Yeah, anything that was undead we changed to aberrant.
Yes.
I think. Or was it undead or was it the Fae stuff?
It may have been you Fae. Yeah,
I think it
we
was the
turned
Fae.
Fae to aberration.
Yeah.
So maybe because that's where we were confused before. So let me just double check again.
Make sure we know how Leah works.
Yeah.
How Leah work?
She works in flowers. I don't know. Where is? It's also like where is that? Is that in the weapon description?
So it's basically going to result in doing some
Okay.
extra damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Yes.
Why does this not like? Tell me this more often, because I feel like I've missed this a lot. So the weapon is an extra D10 radiant against any fiend or aberration. You are right. But it doesn't say that in like, or it's in the very little tiny side. So on top of that,
It's an extra
so
2d10.
yeah.
Because
So
you hit
that's
it twice.
10 and 3. So another 13
Okay.
radiant damage on top of all of that. I'm glad you
Alright.
said that. I need to remember that more often. Man, this glaive patch packs a punch. And then I will continue to hover, flanking it for now. Because, yeah, I'm going to say she just shot straight up, basically, at it. And then that is my turn. Leah is flying. She's just like, oh, wow, this is new.
I don't
Hello,
like
Leah
flying
Moira.
things.
All right. This thing has been seriously injured over the course of just a few moments. So after it's been beat up a little bit by these things that seemingly can catch up to it, it's going to use one of its legendary actions.
Ooh.
And it's going to use a burst of speed to fly further away from you. So it's going up
I would
and over.
like to try to stop that shit.
Sure.
Natural 17, so
That'll be enough to get it.
and it stops.
And it stops.
I'm gonna
All
say
right.
no.
Okay, so it goes to do something. How you stop it mid-air is always tricky. But we'll see that you
Stab it in the wing.
You stab it in the wing, or you basically you move into its space momentarily and actually inhibit it from flying.
Yeah. How does
away
the trip attack work with? How's my trip feet work with that? Can I knock it out of the sky
considering
down
this
towards
thing
Aiden?
is so much larger than you, I don't think it's effective. I think trip only works
Does
on
it?
things that are, I don't know.
It says opportunistic trip. If you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, their trip to the fail DC 18 dex save.
I might limit that based on physical size because
Yeah,
it would make sense for someone your size, but someone bigger than you and heavier than you. But in terms of what happens if you use that against a flying creature? They would drop.
Yeah.
Because
sorry,
they become
Aiden,
prone.
I tried. Just like drop it at your feet.
Right. So does it? But do you have the Sentinel ability that stops it, or some other ability that actually sets its movement to 0?
Hold the line.
Okay.
Target speed is reduced to 0 until the end of the current turn.
Okay. End of the current turn.
Yep.
Okay. Not round.
Yeah, it says current turn.
Okay. All
I
right.
think that's for its turn, basically, right?
Well, no, it did
it's
that
a legendary action.
It did it as a legendary action at the end of Leah's turn.
So it at least wasted a legendary action trying to do the thing, and I hit it for some damage. So
Definitely not wasted.
that's
choice.
Also it takes 6 radiant damage and let's see, 10 slashing.
Okay. All right, Egan.
I don't like flying things. I don't have a shit ton of range.
You could get 1 jump in at it.
You can
at its range, but you'd only be able to get 1 of your
hit it.
attacks, not all of them that you get at your level, unless you want to try and jump on it and grab on.
That would be hysterical. Let's do it.
Okay.
Why
So,
the fuck not?
make a strength athletics check. Just this is going to determine distance / accuracy. You have advantage, I would say, because you have a ring of jumping. We'll just consider that.
Well, first one was natural 19, so I'm not super worried.
All right.
Yeah, natural 19 was the first one, so.
All right. So you're able to leap up and basically get onto it in some way, shape, or form. However, it doesn't necessarily like this. So what I'm going to need you to do is to make an opposed strength check to hold on to it as it's currently trying to buck you off.
Look it up, Egan.
It's 18.
Okay. You beat its 12.
Oh, fuck.
So it's you can feel it like bucking underneath you, but you have landed on it with your movement. However, you are holding a very large weapon, and it can be considerably difficult to swing said weapon when you're also needing to use one hand to grab on and hold on to this thing. So if you have a smaller weapon that you can use, like you can't. So I would say that you would recognize these things jumping up at it. So to clamber up on it, you need to hold on with at least one hand. Because unless you specifically have proficiency with flying mounts, you need to hold on with one hand, which means you're not going to be able to use your two-handed weapon to attack it.
That's okay.
You mean
it's still really cool, and I'm going to give you an advantage to hit with whatever you do attack with, because you're on the thing and you're riding it.
So,
cool-like.
You mean
he
the
gonna continue to
have
bite
the
it?
saddle of the cavalier on it for Tegan to jump into?
There you go.
Exactly.
Right.
Ride that mechanical chimera bull.
It's going to be a terrible idea.
Like Slim Pickens straight into the ground.
Those are the best ideas.
Oh, how close are Purnell and Leah at the moment?
They're nearby, but if you like, were you talking like your breath weapon that's a line?
No.
Or
that was one thought I had, but I'm like, are they within 15 feet of him?
Yes.
Oh yeah, they're both right next to him. But he's big, and they're kind of a little bit spread out. Like Purnell's up and above a little bit, and Leah's down and below a little bit. But technically within 15
feet would hit them, so I don't want to do that. In that case, I actually am going to use a breath weapon.
All right. So basically the dragon head kind of turns around and it roars at you. The little goblin shark mouth kind of comes out a bit. And you just kind of roar back and blast it. Now, is it a attack roll or it's a DC?
Hang on, I'm reading this.
I'm also going to give it
X14 saving throw.
Okay. Dex. So I'm giving it disadvantage because one, it's really cool that you're riding on it and it's hard to dodge you because you're on it. Rule of cool. And so it gets a 12 instead of a 24.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
No, not a 24. It would be a 22, not a 20. Anyways.
Either way. All right.
So it's going to take the full brunt of that damage.
Need dice. 4 dice? 4 dice. 4 dice. 14 lightning.
How much? 15?
Guys.
Okay. At the end of Hegan's turn.
There you go. 14. Yeah.
Okay. It's going to use another one of its legendary actions to do a boost of speed again.
This time I can't.
However, it's going to take Hegan with it.
Oh
no! Hegan is on top of the Chimera.
We knew you for a little while.
Yeah.
It's now probably like where it's positioned right now. It's probably like 90 feet above that ground right now. And it's the 3 heads. Well, actually, that was the end of its. That was it. So now it's Warrior's turn. But like 2 of them have like turned, and they look like they're just about to snap at you, Hegan.
Okay. So Wiria has 90 feet of flying movement on top of Phyla. So can she? I assume, given this thing is what, like 155 feet from her right now, she can get easily within Eldritch Blast range.
Yeah, you can definitely get within Eldritch Blast range.
And she is going to Eldritch. She's going to fly a little bit this way. Oop, sorry, I saw the arrow, the measuring tool selected. Fly a little bit that way and Eldritch Blast pew pew this thing. Okay, so that's cocked. Not great. 13. So that's 24, 20, and 13.
The first 2 hit, the last one doesn't.
Okay. Yeah, I suspected that last one wouldn't. That was the not great one. I'll take that. 21 points of damage.
Okay.
And then she is going to let me see something. Hold on. Can I get within 60 feet of Hegan? Because 120 feet of Eldritch Blast range is
you can get within 60 feet because interestingly enough, the way distance gets abstracted in Dungeons and Dragons is that vertical distance doesn't matter.
Fair enough.
To a certain extent.
Right. Yeah.
Pythagorean theorem is too much.
Yeah. Well, even Pythagorean theorem, I probably can get within 60 feet because I was only 155 theoretically away. So I'm going to inspire Hegan because Hegan is on top of her.
Hegan needs all the help he can get.
Waria's probably going to shout something about "please don't die" falling off of that chimera.
Oh gosh.
One party mom to another. Don't die. We need all of us.
At the end of Warrior's turn, it's going to use the last of its legendary action to bite at Hegan with one of its heads. But it's not used to biting things that are riding it. And so it unsuccessfully, its attempt to bite you is unsuccessful. Velis, you're up.
Yeah, can I go under the bridge to get a line of sight on it? Is there a way to get through there?
If you splash, sure. The water also looks kind of deep, like it's at least 5 feet deep, if not more, right in that particular spot.
Velis jumps into a pool. Oof.
And how high is the cliff? Would I be able to get up the cliff and then shoot?
If you...
I have 40 feet of movement on this turn, because it's my first turn.
Right. Yes, but I would say because you're trying to go so quickly, I will need a strength athletics check.
I'm great at that.
I believe.
I mean,
I
that's...
believe in you.
No. That's a 5 because I have a -1.
Okay. That's okay because that is what you needed. Because it's an easily climbable surface, and you just needed to not roll less than 5, because then you would have slipped and fallen. But that took all of your movement was to climb that whole
That's
way.
Fine.
Because you don't have a climb speed.
So even though I was hidden because I climbed, I wouldn't have advantage anymore, right?
I would still say because it's not paying attention to anything that's going on over there. I would still say you could have advantage because you were hidden.
Pew pew. So that's 25 to hit.
That will hit.
And that's with the longbow. So 37 damage.
Okay.
Like how it's Vegan or my sneak attack +1.
Then I get to sneak attack anyway because advantage. But then I'm gonna shoot him again because of Gloomstalker things.
Okay.
Oh, that's a natural 16, so that's a 26 to hit.
That'll definitely hit.
And then that's gonna be 2d8 because you get a d8 on the extra attack. And that's another 15 damage.
Okay. Hegan, the thing it's like you see a couple arrows coming in, a few eldritch blasts from Wuria, and this thing is looking really, really hurt. And after these last 2 arrows like plunge into its side, it like drops like 5 feet
2 more
as it's
damage
trying to
to that
keep
because I
itself
forgot to add the 2
up
plus
in the
2
air.
for aberrations on that second one. 2
Okay.
more.
Yeah, get fucked.
And then I'm gonna use my bonus action.
Bonus action.
Yeah. To dash
Okay.
and get behind that bit of statue.
Sure.
That's all.
Elias.
All right, so it's 55, 60-ish feet.
Give or take.
Give or take. All right, I'll move up a little bit just so I'm sure I'm in range.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and try a Toll the Dead.
Yeah.
It
begins again.
It has definitely taken damage.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a it's not particularly well, actually, I mean, interestingly enough, it totally fails the roll. I mean, I'm rolling a saving throw. We know what's going to happen, right?
Oh god.
Needs to beat an 18, so
It didn't even beat an 8.
okay. Cool. That's
That chimera
like I said.
is not the king of this jungle.
18, 19, 24 points of necrotic damage.
Nice.
Shiny.
Hegan, you can hear just this slight echoing sound. You've heard it go off before, so this is definitely Elias, but you can see like each of the 3 heads screaming in unison as like this reverberating energy penetrates their skull. You can see sort of like blood kind of bursting out from the eyes and ears and whatnot as you can feel the thing just kind of like slowly falling limp underneath you as it now begins plummeting down towards the ground. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Slim Pickens, ride that shit into the ground.
Can I
my ice go? It's in
wait
here for some reason.
Can you what?
Well, no. I was gonna say is Hegan gonna hit the ground this turn?
Yes.
Okay. When he hits the ground, I'm gonna give him a healing word. That wait till he hits the ground first.
Yeah.
Can I do that with a bonus action?
Are you in range?
Yes. It's 60 feet is the range of healing word, so.
Actually, I would say
insert Dr.
Since
Strangelove
it's a bonus
here,
action, I
Tommy.
don't know if I can.
I would say the timing of it is fine, but the issue is more you might need to move up a little bit to get line of sight.
That's true. Yeah. Okay.
This is my first nat 20 on Hagen's dice.
Okay.
I told you.
So
I'll get you next.
So you're only going to take 15 points of bludgeoning damage as this creature partially like catches your fall and you kind of just like crash down not too far from where you were before. And then you get some healing from Elias. It's 1d6 per 10 feet fallen, so I think in earlier editions it used to be 2d6. It was a lot worse. Aiden. Creature seems to be dead. But you all hear sort of this deep reverberating voice emanating from the cave. Any of you speak giant?
Nope.
I do.
Actually, Leah probably does because she's a fearful.
I do speak giant. Yeah.
You hear in this strange inflected giant something along the lines of, "You killed Fluffy."
Oh no!
Leah's just gonna like slowly like lower herself down and just say, "Guys, we killed Fluffy."
Fluffy.
And you hear just sort of like the thump, thump, thump.
Just with this look of like, uh-oh.
So there's something coming out of the cave, but it's not going to act for maybe another moment if Aiden wanted to hold an action on his turn.
I'm gonna move. So.
Okay, you can move for sure.
Son of a
Are you jumping
lich.
down, or how are you getting down that 20 to 30 feet?
Oh, was I on the bridge still? I thought we all went
under the bridge.
Oh, if you're under the bridge, or well, the trick is that
Why are we all scattered all over the place? How did Hegan end up over there? Is that where
Hegan was riding on something that flew over.
Hegan was on top of an.
I didn't.
Hegan was on top of
I
Fluffy.
Hegan fell. I just didn't realize he was that far away.
If you had climbed under the bridge before, then that's fine.
The giant's name is John Wick.
You can approach that way.
No.
All right. So you've moved. Anything else, Aiden?
Why not? Let's hold the synaptic static at the cave entrance when it shows itself.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I hope the giant's name is not John Wick, because if it is, we're all dead.
That's true.
All right. Okay. So moments later.
I don't want it.
Nope.
There we go. You see this thing at first, like the first thing you see kind of emerging from the darkness is just this like hand kind of gripping the roof of the cave as like the head kind of emerges a little bit and then it stands up. It is a massive. It's right here.
Ah!
It is a massive, misshapen giant form. And it just kind of like looks around and sees Hegan.
Standing on his chimera, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't
right
sure
next to the chimera, and it's like, and it's dragging a tree behind it. Like the leaves have all like been long since shorn off, and so it's really just like a bunch of dry dead branches, and then the length of the trunk. But it's probably like it's probably like a 12, 15 foot tall tree. Plus all of the like not all of the branches, but most of it. And it sees you kind of on the ground, and it just takes one step forward and just one big overhead smash.
Yeah, quick question. Would I have been able to get a healing word off on Hegan
on your turn? Yes.
Okay. Wasn't sure. All right, let me no, I'm actually gonna do that at second level. Because I can.
That's you. That's you.
Ooh, not great. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh dear, sneeze train.
I couldn't mute because I was sneezing too hard.
Can I get a hype train for the number of sneezes that?
9 hits.
Right. Okay. What's hold on. Let me
Synaptic
check something.
statica.
Synaptic static.
I feel very small right now.
Bad when Hegan feels small.
Yeah, right?
That's true.
That's a problem.
Hegan is prone currently because you fell.
Oh no.
You were able to reduce some of the damage by like maneuvering and landing on the creature, but you are prone. You have to completely negate damage from falling in order to prevent being prone, which means it has advantage on its attack against you.
Oh no.
Okay, so
Did you get your synaptic static in first?
Yeah.
you're
I was
casting a
holding
spell though. What does that do?
Yeah. Intelligence.
That's going to
save.
happen before it attacks. So, it makes it. What kind of saving throw?
Intelligence.
Okay, it does not make that saving throw.
Okay,
Yeah.
it takes 26 psychic damage and subtracts a d6 from all attack rolls and ability checks for the next minute.
Ooh.
Yeah, I love synaptic static so much.
Nice.
It can make a save on each of its turn, though.
Okay, so a d6. All right, so that's going to be 24 minus 4, but I think that still might hit Hegan. Yes.
A 20.
It's 24 minus 4. Yes.
That's
yes.
a
That's
20.
Sorry, my brain like how to do math. Yes.
What is math?
What is
What is reverse math? Yeah.
Reverse math. Reverse addition.
Definitely.
Did I hold on? I hate when I do that. Like, oh, I need to look something up on D&D Beyond, and so I do a search, but then I lose the page that I'm on that I'm referring to.
Yeah.
All right, so it brings this giant tree down on top of you, and you take 30 points of bludgeoning damage. It basically just smashes you into the ground, and then it lifts it up to do it again.
Oh.
Oh. Oh no.
Okay. Okay. Dealing with that.
However,
Can I
combined with the -6 from synaptic static, it only gets a 14. So I think you're safe.
Yeah, I was about to.
So it's like it's like bringing it down again, but it like twitches or something at the last moment, and it like slams down on Fluffy, and so like guts just sort of like. And it just like picks up the thing, and you see the expression on his face of like horror.
Oh, no.
And he's like, and then like he looks at you and he's just really angry. Hegan.
Oh no.
Okay, so that was Aiden's turn. You cast synaptic static.
Well, that was my held action.
Your held action. So then it's Pernell's
turn.
That was its turn is coming out and the hits and stuff. Because it goes on. It was going on 2.
Okay.
So it went after everybody. Pernell.
Okay. So seeing it smack hard down to Hegan from above, she's just gonna call out to Hegan and then start flying that way. Gonna use my action to dash to get up in its face and away from the prone Hegan. Like, Hegan, get up! And she's gonna come over. Let's see.
It like kind of like absentmindedly
Here.
tries to like swat you out of the way.
Yeah, try to keep within its range, keep it looking away from everybody else, and
It can make
action
a save
surge.
on the end of its turn.
Oh, thank you.
Again.
Intelligence?
Yep.
That's gonna be a 0.
Oh no.
What's it subtracting? Maybe I could save you some dice rolls. What's it subtracting? Because my DC is 20, so. So is it feasible to even save?
It's subtracting 3, so no.
Yeah.
Yes! Nice. Okay.
Amazing.
So 17.
Possible.
Because I have a +2 pack keeper rod.
Right. Now, are you
Inside the
attuned
sword.
to that and the sword?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Because you had to
unattuned
drop
from the
one
book.
thing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But it's worth it.
Yep.
Wow, yeah. I
Does
need
this-
to get me some stuff.
All right,
I just
Pernell
have my
dashed.
armor and my
Does
glaive.
17 hit with action surged?
Oh,
Oh,
action
yeah, I do
surge.
have. I have a cloak of.
A 17 will hit, yes.
If anybody wants that.
Okay.
What is it? A cloak of what?
Cloak of protection.
We'll deal with that
Yeah.
Yeah.
another moment.
So
Not in
that's
this combat though.
Yeah.
8
know,
slashing. and 5 radiant, then that's another 17. Yay for... I'm glad 5 is okay when you have a decent weapon. Another 9 slashing and 6 radiant, and then last attack. A 16 hit?
No.
Okay, then nope.
Okay.
But it's marked and that's my turn.
All right. 'Tis marked. All right. Keegan.
Leah, isn't it?
Leah.
Oh yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I did that again. Leah, you're up.
Thank you, because I totally would have not even noticed that myself until like, it's been a while since I've gone. All right, well, I'm still all the way over here. So I'm still flying.
I regularly underestimate the potential damage that you all have per round. They're supposed to be able to fight together, and you killed one of them before the other one joined the combat.
That's why you need 3 more chimeras. That's just how it goes.
Don't give him any ideas.
Oh, come on. We all want to see Aiden rock out with his fucking sword now.
For sure. For sure.
I'm just trying to see, like...
I'm not dumb enough to get in melee range with that thing.
That's fair.
Like, if I dash, I could get there. But then I don't have an action, so... Is he getting pinned under a tree right now, or...?
No, he's just prone.
It's like a club, essentially.
Yeah. Using a tree as a club.
Well...
You'd have to jump to get down, by the way.
I mean, she's flying.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I was like, she like lowered herself, but not all the way to the ground. And yeah, that thing goes for an hour. So yeah, she's gonna fly. So she'll fly at least 30 feet.
Okay.
Which gets her to there. Let me see how far I am there. Let me just double check on this thing. Yeah, she can Sacred Flame it from here. So I'll do that.
And that's a fail.
That's true. If everyone didn't fly, that fight would have lasted longer.
That is...
Especially with it doing those mind
Oh,
blasts
no.
from blood.
Oh no.
No.
What's that? A stun effect?
Oh,
Look at
really?
this fancy new sword I have.
Yeah, right?
6 points of radiant damage. I rolled a 1, a 2, and a 3 on my 3d8.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm like, really? They were rolling so well when they were rolling smites.
Mm-hmm. All right, Keegan.
So is it half movement to stand?
Half movement to stand, yes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna stand the fuck up.
All right. Also, this thing has like an incredibly long reach, by the way.
I figured.
Considering how big it is and the fact that it's wielding a tree for a weapon.
Yeah. Well, as we already established, I don't have like ton of range, so he gets gonna get closer.
Okay.
But that's what you do when things hit you with trees. So I'm gonna go ahead and just take a swing and do my attack and my extra. I don't want to use this dice too much. So that's 30 and 17?
17 damage?
No, 17 to hit for the extra attack.
Oh, yeah, both will hit. DC is 17.
God, I don't have my D10s out. I'm sorry.
It's okay, chat was thinking the same thing.
I really should have my dice out, and I don't. There we go. Okay.
Definitely should have your dice out as soon as we start rolling initiative.
Okay, so...
Yeah.
16 on the first one, and 10 on the second for slashing.
Okay.
Then I'm going to go ahead and action surge 2.
All right.
But this time I'm going to second level ice knife him.
4.
So dex save of 15.
It does not make that.
Great. Love it. So 3 piercing and where'd my other dice go? I gotta stop losing dice.
Warrior, you're up next, so.
That was nice. I rolled 3 4. So 3 piercing and 12 cold.
Okay. Right. It doesn't seem to like. You guys have laid into this creature a lot with lots of nicks and cuts and whatnot, and it's kind of like shouting a little bit. Although it's still mostly angry rather than shouting in pain or anything like that. At least
good.
At this
That's
point.
promising.
Yeah. Where are you?
All right. So big ass giant.
Big giant ass.
But fairly far away
True.
from where you're right now, and there's 2 different people harrying it. So she's gonna go ahead and Eldritch Blast it.
Okay.
Okay, that's 2 15s and a 12 for 20, 2 26s and a 23.
Both all over the hit.
And then 15 17.
Okay.
Synaptic static is not concentration.
Yeah, that's the advantage of it over, well, other than the initial damage over Bane, something like Bane. And then bonus action. You know what? Waria's going to assume that Velis is going to do something stupid because he likes to do that, and she's going to give him inspiration for whatever his dumbass shit is. I mean, mostly because he's really far away from this thing, so like he's gonna have to do something stupid just to do anything.
Yeah, he is.
All right. At the end of Warrior's turn, it's going to use one of its legendary actions to stomp, sending this reverberating shake throughout the ground around it. And Hegan, please make a dexterity saving throw.
Great. Love it. Awesome. All right. So it's the inspiration from Warrior +4 on the save, or is it on the check?
From Waria is a D10.
D10. I was thinking +4
on a D20.
That's Leah Moira's aura.
My aura. That's the +4s, but you're not
Oh,
in my aura. Right now.
So it'd be, I would add the D10 to this, yeah?
Yep. Yeah, if you're D20, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta fucking find my 10 again. Sweet. That is a 22.
Woo! You are able to keep your feet as the ground literally shakes beneath you. Velis, you're up.
Yeah. So I'm gonna start running.
Also, Leah, you could hear it sort of grumbling, puny lizard.
Oh God!
Shouting as it was stomping.
Well, that's not.
I am gonna bonus action. No, shit. I can't do it. I can't do what I wanted to do. I'm gonna bonus action dash. But I am gonna Zephyr Strike. No, I can't do that either. Motherfucker.
Oh.
Shit. No, my plan didn't work because I don't have enough.
No.
I can bonus action movement, or I can bonus action Zephyr Strike because I didn't have a chance to cast it yet. I can't do both. I can't get close enough.
Well, I mean, you can still get closer.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna
hide.
Dash.
Here's what I will let you do. Is
take a flying leap.
No, that's exactly what I want to do.
You can do that at the end of your movement. But I'm gonna need you to make an acrobatics check. So you can move, and then that is your movement. You can dash.
Rather than dash, if I'm gonna do that, rather than
because you're gonna have to get extra movement. But
Zephyr
if
Strike.
you
No, I'll dash for this one. I'll use Zephyr Strike later.
okay, so what that will let you do is you have enough momentum that you can leap off of that rock at the monster.
Yeah. Okay. That's
Okay.
what I was picturing was running up, jumping, and just trying to put the dagger in and just slide
Hold on.
down. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because you're able to get to the cliff face within about 10 feet of it.
Yeah.
You should be able to clear that. Just don't roll a natural one on your acrobatics.
20.
Okay.
Nice.
In which case, you can basically land wherever you want on this thing.
Fuck yeah, I can.
Yeah.
And you go ahead and you get I'll say with that natural 20, you've got advantage on your attack roll because you jumped right at it.
Okay, Bellis.
All right, so that's with the Kraken's bite. That's a 25 to hit.
Okay. This thing is definitely an aberration. It's also a giant.
Whoop.
It's a giant aberration.
I lost a thing. I lost a d6.
All
It's
right.
reasonably
fine. I'll
accurate.
get another
Giant
one.
aberration.
Mm-hmm.
Plus,
An aberrant
Kraken's
giant.
bite
Giant
is
aberration.
another d6 of lightning damage. So basically just a whole lot of dice.
Mm-hmm.
So... $33 damage.
Okay. Yeah,
And,
this you can definitely hear it crying out in pain now.
Yeah, I just want to as it turns toward Purnell, just put the dagger right between its shoulder blades and just use it to slide down its back.
Oh yeah. Yeah. There's like pus, blood, and ichor just draining down on you now as you're dragging it down, cutting open a couple of like maybe tumors or warts or something on the way. Elias. With that acrobatics check, you also land on your feet, so you're fine.
Yeah.
Elias.
All right.
Find that d6 I lost.
I'm gonna run up. Guess if I can get like here, I can just kind of just launch myself. I'm not even gonna try and climb. I just want to jump.
Make it
like a running jump, so I can
parkour
get down as fast as possible.
Sure, you make either a strength athletics or a dexterity acrobatics check.
We'll take athletics because
all right.
That.
You have to yell parkour as you do it. That's how you get it.
One. Great. It's a 15.
Okay.
You have to yell parkour as you do it. That's how you.
Yeah.
Parkour. So that's going to basically determine like how much distance that you get as you leap off, because you're going. I'm going to move Philo for a moment. So you get 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So 25 feet gets you to the edge. And I believe that your strength check is like the extra number of feet that you're going.
Okay.
So you land. Unfortunately, that puts you right here, basically on top of what looks to be like this broken statue of rubble. So I need you to make a dexterity acrobatics check for me to kind of figure out how well you land.
Okay. Oh, that's on effects that. Okay, never mind. That's on things that target me that I get advantage. Or no, I get an extra D+2. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Slightly better. No. Not really. 13.
Okay.
Or no, yeah, 13. Yeah.
You manage to not you're kind of like windmilling your arms a little bit, trying to orient yourself to land, and because you're not landing in this big patch of grass to continue your roll, there's actually like rubble, and you're like and you get kind of awkward a little bit.
Yeah, that tracks.
So you get another couple of feet of movement, but you're prone and you take 12 points of bludgeoning damage as you but you don't like spear yourself or break an ankle or anything too drastic on this rubble. But it wasn't like a tuck and a roll and come up on your feet.
Yeah.
But you're down there at least.
I'm down there. I accomplished my goal.
Yay.
Okay. All right. I'm going to How bad does Hegan look? Because I think he took the biggest hit.
All right.
Okay.
It's fine.
He's fine.
Hegan's also got like a
Hegan's
stupid amount of
also
hit points.
a sponge,
Hegan's got the second most
so-
hit points in this party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's
Alright.
the highest.
No, I'm the highest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Pernell's the
Pernell's
highest.
higher than he is.
I'm pure fighter.
Oh, because Hegan took druid
Yeah,
levels.
Hegan took some druid levels. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna
It's just his bulk makes you think.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and guiding
Scary
bolt
stuff inside.
All right.
the giant. My action.
Guiding bolt up the butt.
Up the butt. I'll just do it at a first level.
You can literally do that with this giant.
I can. It's about all I can reach. Oh yeah, that'll hit. That's a 29.
Oh,
that'll hit.
I rolled a 19. I'm very sad. I am not the kind of fighter that. Actually,
You know what?
I think it's
I
only
just
weapon
realized,
attacks.
again, I have natural 19 and I keep forgetting that it crits.
Oh,
But it's
you
fine.
crit
That's
on
my
19.
problem.
All right, that is my d6s. Five, 9, 15 radiant damage.
All
and
right.
the next attack on him has advantage.
No, he's like blinking his eyes and kind of thing.
And do I want to since that was a first level spell, I can do another spell as a bonus action. Oh,
If
no.
it's a bonus action spell
Okay. Does it have to be second level
or lower, yes.
Okay, never mind then. I couldn't remember.
Well, I mean, the one.
At least
I
one of
just
them.
cast
Does
was,
it-
yeah,
or
at least
does it
one of
matter
them
which
has
one
to be
is
second level.
Right.
second level? Okay, so I could do a higher level because I want to. All right, I'll go ahead and do a mass healing word then as my bonus action because I think I'm in range to get. Oh yeah.
All the
So-
people who might have taken damage.
Yeah, anyone who. So it's what 6 people. So.
Where is good? She's taken nothing.
Okay. All right. So.
I have nothing.
It may literally be just Hegan.
Yeah,
So I
took 20 of
Oh.
psychic earlier,
Right.
but like I'm fine.
Yeah, it may just be Hegan and
Alive.
Leah.
I'm at 109, I think.
All right.
That
Well.
helps, but like yeah, I just took that one bout of psychic.
Well, anyone who wants it gets 4 hit points back.
I will take 4 hit points.
Yeah.
Because I rolled a 1.
Oh.
Okay.
And I'm not
you do.
casting it, so it's just 1d4. But
that's okay.
All right.
It's fine.
At the
A little bit.
at the end of your turn, Elias, it takes one of its legendary actions to snatch.
Oh no.
Pernell.
Oh,
That's going to be a modified 29 against your armor
Oh
class.
yeah.
That's not an attack roll,
Yeah,
is it?
so it basically just reaches out and grabs you.
I was gonna say that doesn't count as an attack, does it?
It made an attack roll, yeah,
Okay, I was about to say if
With a
it
minus
counts as an
D6.
attack, I would use my.
with a minus d6.
Yeah,
My
even
ward-
then it would hit my armor class.
You want to give it disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay. You
If-
can do
well,
that when you're not standing next to them.
It's
when,
within 30 feet, I think.
yes.
Oh, is this the flare?
It's the
ability?
light cleric thing. Yeah.
Okay,
flare.
it's not the shield thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so now it got a 25 instead.
That still hits. But thank you, I appreciate it.
Oh wow.
I tried.
Okay, I'm fine.
I tried it
Elias's
therefore. No one
motto.
I'm fine.
That
Full
minus
health.
6 saved Hegan a couple of times
It
from taking a
has.
lot of damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now, Pernell, you're grappled.
Okay.
Actually, I would say so much so that you'd be restrained.
Okay.
You can escape from it like it would be a grapple, but the thing is, he is monstrous and he has you gripped.
Yeah.
Like physically, he snatched you out of the air, and you are not big enough to be grappled as much as restrained.
Consent is
But Aiden,
important.
it's your turn.
Sweet.
Is he He's within 5 feet, technically. Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Yeah, he's within 5 feet of everybody.
Say, could I have sentineled then?
That would. Is that when he makes an attack against someone other than you?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, then you can.
Okay, so I will do that.
Okay.
With advantage.
Every chance to.
With advantage.
Yeah, you do have advantage because of the guiding bolt.
Yeah. Sweet. That's good. That's a 22.
That'll hit.
Would have hit either way. That's okay. 12.
All right, 12 points of damage, and his speed is 0?
Yes. Not that I think he was going anywhere.
Yeah.
Right.
You know.
Okay. Aiden, now it's your turn. You move, and...
Yeah, now that guiding bolt got used by somebody else, I don't feel bad just wasting it on Eldritch Blast. So I'm gonna curse him.
Hey!
Right.
And then we're gonna pew pew pew.
Pew pew. It's pretty stinky.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
One of those is a natural 20, so...
It's disgusting.
Ooh.
You know, I should have made that a thing where if you get close, you have to make Constitution saving throws, but...
Oh.
So the lowest roll is a 22.
They all hit then.
Yes.
Yeah. This
Get
is
it.
gonna be a little
It's
ridiculous.
gonna be great.
Because with the curse and, agonizing blast, all of these have default plus 10 to them, so...
Yes!
Alright. So that's 20 on the crit, and then...
Ooh.
So 53 points of damage altogether.
Damn.
Okay. Now, Agonizing Blast just lets you add your Charisma bonus to the cast, but not to each individual roll, because it's not 3 separate attacks. It's just the one.
To the
No,
damage.
it's 3 separate
Right?
attacks.
It's the damage.
Damage, yeah.
It's 3 separate attack rolls for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Agonizing Blast
Yeah.
goes on each attack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's different than to the damage it deals on a hit. Eldritch Blast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then
Okay,
my
so it's
curse
three
adds
three
another 5 on damage rolls.
and make a separate attack roll for each of them. Right. That's
Yeah.
a different thing than there's another spell where it works differently when you add modifiers. Okay. What was the total damage?
53.
What?
Okay.
A lot.
So it was like glaring at Elias because like all this light stuff that was flashing in its face and whatnot. But like as it just gets blasted, you can see each individual impact is actually like physically impacting this giant and shoving it back. It just sort of like turns it and looks really, really angrily at you. And like one hand is holding the tree and one hand is holding Pernell. And he just like reaches back with the hand holding Pernell.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What's your armor class, Aiden?
Oh no.
17.
Okay. He basically just chucks Pernell straight at you. And you see Pernell and the wings and the swords just tumbling end over end.
So it's an attack roll, right?
It is an attack roll.
And it hit me, I'm assuming, by the roll?
And it does hit you, yes.
I'm going to use my Armor of Hex's reaction.
Sure.
I guess I roll a d6.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Come on.
I don't have a proper... Oh, wait. I already have all my d6s out. It's a 4. It misses.
I'll just go in the dirt. That's fine.
Oh, it just
I'll take
straight
it.
misses you?
Yep. I can use my reaction when the cursed target makes an attack roll at me that would hit, and I roll a d6. If it's 4 or higher, it misses.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Okay, so it throws it somehow
Yeet.
where it thinks you are, or it throws Pernell. Pernell, you take 35 points of bludgeoning damage as you just like pile into the ground and kind of roll a little bit.
Take it.
That's fine.
You're prone.
Yep.
But like part of your wings kind of like buffet Aiden a little bit as you know he's like It's almost like you kind of saw the moments happening in advance, and you kind of just turn just so slightly as Pernell goes.
He gets a nice breeze from the wind.
Like your hair kind of flips a little bit in the wind. And then Leah, you hear the giant yell.
Terrible face plant.
Stupid bird.
Oh shit! Ow.
So that is one of its attacks, and then it kind of like spins around and tries to smash Velis with its tree. All right.
Oh my gosh! I feel like Leah just yells, "Fuck him up, Bella!" She's just getting annoyed at this guy.
Okay.
What do you think we'll call Velis?
Okay,
God,
so
like,
minus 3 or minus the 3, it's still a 30 to hit.
Oh my gosh!
I
He's got a big attack bonus. He's big.
I tried.
So you take 30
Yeah.
points of bludgeoning damage as he basically just like wings it, and it hits you, sort of knocking the wind out of you and just kind of like actually knocking you back into the cave a little bit.
Might have to
For
go
flavor
another
more
level
than
here.
mechanic.
Ow.
Pernell.
That's a big fucking hit.
Yeah.
He hit you with a tree.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. First things first, Pernell is going to stand back up with 5 feet of movement because I have the
do
thing
that.
for that, and going to spit a bit of grass out of her mouth probably, and just
A little grass, a little dirt, some sand.
That grass
Reach down.
stains all up.
Oh,
pick
yeah,
up her
grass stains
blades
everywhere.
again, look back at this thing with a glare. Just kind of look to Aiden, shake her head a bit, and start flying off back towards it. And let's try this again, because that fucker.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Yes. Nope. And yes. So 2 hits. She's making this dice because she's pissed. So that is 9 slashing and 8 radiant, and then with the dark blade, it's an extra. 15 slashing and marked it.
Okay. Like you like pick yourself back up, sort of that like super cool acrobatic, jump to your feet. Except instead of jumping to your feet, your wings just kind of give you a boost, and there's like that spray of dust out from underneath you as you just rocket back towards it, slicing him up, and he's like, you just hear him like shouting, like just spittle kind of coming off. And you, Leah, you hear him shouting again, only more angry this time, "Stupid bird."
Fair enough.
Stop poking me. And at the end of your turn, he is going to make another snatch maneuver at you.
Motherfucker.
What's your armor class?
I
18?
haven't gotten my.
Okay. That's going to be it with the reduction. Oh, he gets to save at the end of his turn.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
he
I don't know if
can't.
you can.
I rolled a
can't.
2.
You
It
literally
doesn't
can't
matter.
save.
Like he has to roll a 20, and I'm pretty sure he can't.
Right, he can't.
Can I?
So it's a 19, even with the penalty.
I was about to say, would I have gotten my reaction back? Can I try again?
No, you haven't taken a turn yet.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't remember if it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You've been snatched again.
Just under her breath. God damn it.
Second verse.
And he's like,
yeah.
And he's just like shakes you a little bit. Stupid bird. Leah, your turn.
Okay. Hang on one fast second. I want to see. How does this work again?
I have to do one of the thing like putting a finger further in front of her eyes to like steady her vision again, but it's just one blade after like shaking.
This thing's probably really strong, so I doubt that would do much anyway.
Gonna need a chiropractor after this.
Yeah. Right.
Have Wiria walk on your back. She's small.
Yeah.
Right?
Or Hegan.
Okay.
Or I was gonna say you may need Hegan to walk on your back after this.
That's fair.
The claws, though, might be a little rough.
Keegan walks
A
on
little
your back,
bit.
he might break it.
Yeah, I don't need that.
Sorry, I was just checking like what smites I had brought and things. I was gonna do like try and do an ensnaring strike, but then I was like, that's a strength save. I'm pretty sure this thing is good at those. It seems like if it's anything, it's so. But I think I can get up within melee. Because I can go 30 feet, which
And you've got
and I have
reach with your weapon.
Yes.
Yes.
So I can go up here, and I forgot to update my health on here. And then I can attempt to poke at it and say,
"Poke it."
She is not a bird. Angry poke.
Do you actually shout that in Giant at it?
Yes.
Good.
So that's a 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
And it takes an extra D10, right? That I have now learned. So I have to pull out another D10 here. Because this thing is aberrant. Oh, come on. Now that I'm not looking for 8s, that's all I can find. There we go. That's a 20. I don't need to roll that one again. So that is 9 plus 5, 14 slashing and 3 radiant.
Okay.
On the first one. Second attack. That's only a 15 to hit.
Yeah, you can see it sort of it's wavering a little bit, and it's the cuts and the bruises and everything are beginning to take its toll. It's hurt.
Yeah, did the 15 hit though?
No.
Didn't think so.
Would not have hit.
So yeah, the second one does not actually hit. And yeah, she'll just continue to yell at it.
All right. Yeah, it just basically yells back. It has wings. Foot brings it down.
Wow.
And I need Hegan and Leah and Velis to all make dexterity saving throws.
Leah's flying.
Leah's
I'm
flying?
Yeah,
then
Leah's
you
flying.
don't need to make a
Remember?
dexterity saving throw.
13.
No, I keep forgetting. I'm going to put
Sorry.
wings on your character so I can
I
actually
know.
see that.
Yeah.
I can do that. I can do the little thingy. I didn't
There we
think
go.
to do that.
A
Okay,
14.
Okay, 14 is not enough, and you get shaken out from behind.
Seriously?
Did you fail your dexterity saving throw?
I rolled a 2, so it was a 13.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not enough.
How high?
Yeah.
How high off the
Do you
ground is
still have
this
your
thing?
It's somewhere between 15 and 20
I do.
feet tall.
Yeah. It was a D10.
Yeah, D10.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot.
So my
that
I'm
makes
probably
it,
up high enough that
that makes it a dirty 20.
Not for
Hey.
Velis. Not for Velis. Dirty 20 will take care of it.
Oh yeah,
Keegan.
I'm out of that
I'm good.
anyways.
So I'm sorry. So Hegan's prone again, or
Yes.
so
Well, if you're trying to keep Elias and Hegan in your aura roughly, then Hegan would have gotten like a +4, I think. So that would have given you 17 because I think you rolled a 13.
If depending on the
14,
height, I mean,
so
she
it would've been 18.
basically, from where she was, has been just kind of flying straight towards this thing. So I don't know if she would be low enough or not. I will leave that up to you.
I would presume that you'd be low enough because you would instinctually want to get them in your aura.
Yeah.
So it'd be an
which
18
a 17
then.
would be enough to keep you on your feet.
Cool. We're good then.
Yeah, I'm not quite close enough for it to have caught Velis yet.
That's fine. Inspiration.
Yeah.
Well, got it. Okay. Well, zoom in here. I gotta see. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna move over here. so that she's not quite in mid-range, and he's going to this is probably not going to go well with my luck, but he's going to second level Thunder Wave.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, Purnell's like 15 feet above you in his hand, so she's out of range. Okay, con save?
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to be a 19.
Okay, so he takes half damage then. And he is not pushed.
Has it moved?
Yeah.
No. I mean, basically just it's being attacked from all sides, and it's kind of just stuck in place to a certain extent.
Keegan moving like threw me off.
Oh, yeah, he can move, though.
It takes 8 thunder damage.
8 points of thunder damage. Okay. Okay. Where you at?
All right. So since this thing is still looking reasonably hale and hearty, where you at? And I'm not going to bother taking Philo with me. She is with me in reality, but not in
no worries.
Space.
Token management is a thing.
Yeah. She's gonna fly close enough to this giant asshole to cast Ego Whip on it.
Okay.
And it needs to make an intelligence save, or it suffers disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. It also can't cast spells, but this thing is not a caster, so that's irrelevant.
So that's going to be another 0. So it has disadvantage on all the things.
Yeah. And I think Velis took a decent amount of damage at some point.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in the cave though, so I don't know if she can see me.
Yeah, he's actually
okay. You're in the cave.
Technically, his positioning is probably like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I
I'm
will.
underground.
Then that is my turn because I'm going to save the rest of my inspirations for other uses for the moment.
All right. What's Leah's armor class?
How long does the disadvantage last for?
So Ego Whip is concentration up to a minute.
Okay.
What is Leah's armor class? What is Leah's AC?
Oh, sorry. 19.
19. Okay. So at the end of Wuria's turn, since now Leah's like flying around, stabbing with this really painful thing, he like looks at like the tree and then kind of like looks at you and then looks at the tree and he like drops the tree and then reaches out to snatch you. And that is going to be okay, hold on. I've got
now he has
so it has
disadvantage and a minus.
Yes, disadvantage and minus. So -4. That's still a 19 to hit.
Oh,
okay. So he will.
Okay. So you're restrained.
Wait,
and now he's holding both of you, and he's like, okay, now what? There's
that...
like this momentary look of confusion. Is like he dropped his tree, and now he doesn't know what to do.
He attacked,
but he's now got the 2 flying things.
We considered that an attack, right?
Stupid birdies.
We consider that an attack,
he just has 2
right?
motherfuckers in his heads.
Wait, we consider that an attack, right? Against somebody else?
It was an attack against someone else, yes.
I'm at least going to try my disadvantage
all right.
Strike.
You're restrained, though, so...
that would have been a natural 20, but no, but it still hits.
Okay.
So, because it was marked an attack somebody else, let me see. Let's see. It takes 7 radiant damage plus. Oh shit! What are we? Do I not have my old? I think a lot of my like UI versus current Cavalier type stuff got adjusted with Implacable Mark on the thing, but I believe I remember what it was. Should I just use the non-UA going forward?
We'll have a discussion about it later, but for right now, just roll something for damage.
Okay.
So,
for now, just figure it out.
Yeah, right.
Right.
So it takes 22 slashing damage.
Okay. It squeezes you just a little bit harder in like it's almost in reflex in pain as you're like slicing, like sawing at its wrist or something. Kind of like
let go.
Okay, that was the end of Wuria's turn, which means it's Velus's turn.
All right, I am gonna just get up, walk toward him, cast Zephyr Strike, and stab him in the back.
Okay.
So that's a 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
Achilles tendon.
Extra D6, extra D8, D4. Oh, okay. $37 damage.
Hey! Yeah.
How do you want to do this?
Sorry, I was still looking at my dice. Oh man, I wasn't
glad
expecting
killed the
that.
Chimera before he came.
Shit.
That
Shit.
would have been fun.
You stab the thing.
Yeah, how do you kill the 20-foot giant while you're stuck in a cave
to it
behind
and
it?
go, holding your
Just
friend.
give it a fucking rest, as he calls them birds for the third time, and just dagger up into his back into like something. I don't know what.
Spine.
And
You can
in your
probably
spine,
reach his
and
knees,
kidney.
though.
That's true.
Unfortunately.
Okay. Well, I'll go up
Achilles, go Achilles.
Yeah, go for the Achilles.
yeah, but
Light as Achilles.
I wanna, when I do it, it's the
Cut some
lightning
ligaments
from
in the
the blade that actually just like goes up into his
courses up.
body.
Yeah. So like you can see his whole form kind of go rigid a little bit. Oh, and by the way, Leah and Pernell, you both take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as he like squeezes you before he eventually like falls.
I'm just sad my turn didn't come back up because I was just gonna Word of Radiance it and just send a radiant burst out.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you want to grab me?
Yeah, but he like is like just slowly beginning to topple over.
6?
6 points, yeah. And he just kind of like lands next to the half pulverized body of the chimera, and you can see he just sort of like reaches a hand up towards it a little bit.
Oh.
Shouldn't have hit me with the tree.
Collapses.
Oh.
That's
And
funny
it's
because
dead.
on my turn, I was going to do a Phantasmal Killer with a zombie Fluffy.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's so mean.
That's mean.
I'm trying to kick off from the hand and get out of that.
Yeah, like as he falls, he lets you all
Walk
go.
out of the
But...
cave covered in giant gore. Just...
Is everyone all right?
I'm gonna run up and do a mass
I'm
cure
fine.
I mean, that really depends on your definition of all right. I think he cracked a rib.
Might want to borrow that cleansing stone as well.
Yes.
So,
please give me that.
We'll take that out.
anyone
Hit
within
me with
6
a tree.
While they're all healing up, I'm going to I'm going
11.
to poke my nose into the cave and see if there's anything worth
Try
the
not to
entrance.
sniff.
Swords of Timmy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome.
I know definitely.
Timmy AU, thanks so much for the follow. How you doing?
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, anyone within 60
Hello.
feet, like, it doesn't look like Wiria or Aiden.
I think you've easily got enough people to hit.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
sorry, I totally missed the raid because I was busy
Leah,
focused on the thing.
Keegan,
How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Holy shit.
And I'll include myself too.
How was your stream? Thank you so much for joining us.
Everyone get.
I'm sorry, everybody.
16 hit points back.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
Your wounds.
Since that time where almost died, she's gotten pretty good at staying away from things.
I actually forgot to change his hit points in
Also, Baldrex,
Roll20
thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Thank you all for joining us.
That time where fell from a broom.
Oh, yeah.
Almost died and was saved by halfling luck.
Fight was a lot.
Right.
Hey, on the bright side, at least, maybe we can make the dome over there after
Welcome to our
all.
shenanigans.
Maybe we can poke around this cave without something sleeping in it. See how
I'm
far
gonna
that
throw some
goes.
dancing lights in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Take on the list too.
It reeks.
It
in
smells
here.
really bad. Anyone?
I've been worse.
As you explore
Maria pulls her
it a
sweater
little
up
bit,
over her nose.
Yeah, just
it looks
handkerchief.
like this is.
Like, mm-mm.
It kind of starts opening up and branching out a bit into a series of caves.
Good.
And eventually like dips down to where it's quite large inside. And it looks like this may have been like a den or a barrow for maybe like a small tribe of giants.
Oh.
And you can see evidence of a bunch of them maybe at one point having lived and shared a space. There's like individual kind of like sleeping areas and like a communal area. But most everything looks like it's been like just ransacked or pulled apart. Refuse and bones and from all manner of various game creatures, possibly whatever that the weird chimera fed on, or the giant fed on, or something. But it looks like.
So does it stop after a certain point, or does it look like you can keep going further?
It does stop after a bit.
Okay.
And it's sort of a self-contained cavern, and you don't see any evidence of additional passages or anything like that.
All right, get the frick out of here.
Yeah.
Unless anybody wants to go poking in garbage.
No.
Especially
sort of
honestly, I don't think Elias even walked in, like probably got to the mouth of the cave and just went nope.
Yep.
Standing outside with like
it's,
the towel
it's
pulled up over his
roof.
nose. Like,
Yeah.
mm-mm.
So we rest over there then?
Well, it seems like a reasonable place as any, unless there's any other concerns around here.
I mean, I didn't notice anything aberrant anyway.
Yeah, there's nothing else in the immediate vicinity or within.
The hallowed consecrated area over there should be.
Put up the dome and
seems like a
call it a night.
Yeah. Ian kicks the chimera in the head while he's almost that way. At least one of the heads.
One of the
Episode 23 D&D session. Oh, awesome.
Well,
the tongue kind of flops out, and you can see like it's
That's super
like
great.
weirder and misshapen and longer.
First
than
ever
normal.
D&D campaign. Oh shit! Yeah, welcome to the world.
I hate flying things.
I'm glad you're having a
No
great
offense,
time.
guys.
That's awesome.
That too. that too.
Welcome to the wonderful world of D&D where shit happens.
Kind of fun.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't tell you about that time I got grabbed by a beholderkin.
I remember
Yeah,
that.
I
I
remember
was here
that.
for that. Me and Aiden, I think, was the other one.
I
Oh,
saw
okay,
it.
no, just-
Oh, that weird thing?
Yeah.
I remember that.
You took off with me way back.
I thought
Oh,
you were
that.
gone. I was
Yeah.
pretty sure you were just bye.
Yeah.
Oh,
That was at
God's
home.
Oh yeah, no, that was
room.
at home.
That was at home. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
Pernell
you
had to
did
grab the broom and go after them.
Right, yeah.
That was
I tried to jump out of a
I'm sorry,
tree. It didn't work.
Pulled a Gynax.
good times.
It was less than
Daikon.
ideal, shall we say.
That seems to sum up everything we do.
Fair enough.
No,
Sweet crackers, I'm blind.
Hold on. I have to turn off the light.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Hey.
I mean, it's not actually a forest, but you
Yes,
know,
of course. We know.
you get
This
the-
is our
you get the general
background for
effect.
camping.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. This is our generic camping. It's like
Yeah, just imagine like a quiet like campfire sound in the
Ghost
background. and-
PTSD.
Yeah, right.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah, I forgot I'd use this.
Jeez.
You all definitely sort of setting up. You feel a sense of calm and peace and safety. Of course, Leah, it's much stronger for you. Because it very much feels like some of those various places in and around home that are particularly important to the Wild Mother or used in ritual or things like that. but you have a sensation that while you were here, you are safe from things that might try and come at you.
You aren't safe. Well, that was not what I was expecting out of that particular area.
No.
I mean, I didn't know what to expect, but it wasn't that.
I was honestly hoping we'd find something in that cave.
I
Some
mean,
sort of...
in fairness, we should
be fair, we
probably
did.
keep just generally expect weird, aberrant things. Should just be our general base.
I mean,
we really should.
Yeah, the thing is, it wasn't fluffy though.
But
Is
if
that
you
what you all
get
focus on?
some aberrant giant, do you really care if you're fluffy and fluffy?
I'm just saying, it looked more like a hairless rat.
I mean, could
With 3 heads.
Elias said maybe at one
Oversized hairless
point
rat
it
with
was
3 heads.
fluffy, and the giant just kept the name.
I mean, it also
fucking
kept
know.
calling Purnell a bird, so
It
I
was
don't
what?
know
That's true.
I suspect that
wasn't the smartest.
bird probably means things that fly to that thing.
So is kind
I
of.
mean, I think it does, but I think that's
possibly
the
So
intelligence.
fluffy
of
just
this
means pet.
For a moment, very like
that
from
would be
a
mine.
bit insulted, and then realizing, oh, that kind of bird.
Yeah.
I think it is safe to say that giant was not the smartest thing we have encountered so far
Right.
in our journeys.
That particular dialect of the giant language is not really big on synonyms.
Not very verbose.
Right.
It's fair.
So basically something that with wings that flies is probably just that one word.
Well, I guess we just keep following the river then.
Yeah,
I suppose.
It's like.
Wonderful, thank you so much for the
Much
follow.
longer.
Welcome.
I mean,
Glad to have you.
Does it just? Are we looking for the end of the river? Are we looking for a branch off of it? Do we have any
Well,
idea?
this is the landmark we had, and doesn't
Yes.
seem to be anything more of interest here.
So we keep walking until we hear weird music?
Or
Ah.
find
Yeah.
other entrances somewhere underground, perhaps. That.
Or more aberrations.
Let's keep that as a last resort. I'll point toward the cave.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you want to go poking. It didn't seem like there was any kind of further system to that, unless,
Yeah, I mean,
start caving in the back or something.
also sometimes caves are just caves. They're not all caves lead to tunnels, I suppose.
No.
So yeah, walk until we find other ways or hear weird music and see what happens.
I mean, I'm guessing that this is where that tribe of giants got forced out from, so I wouldn't say we're too far.
That would make sense. I still wonder what exactly happened. Just kind of peering over at the super celestial stuff.
Yeah, that thing's big.
I mean, how ancient are these things? If they're
old, like that iconography is.
I mean,
old.
That is
like
ancient
I said,
to me.
If Purnell says it's old, then it's old.
Yes,
Right.
That is ancient.
It
to
would
me.
have been old to Purnell.
Yeah.
Well, if they're that old, then
Like some of the earliest civilizations type.
I've only seen that iconography of Arathis in like 1 or 2 history books, and they were dense.
well, then I guess the answer is we'll probably never know unless we find some way to make the giant stone celestial talk. But I don't know if we want
Let's
the
not
giant
do
stone
that.
celestial
I don't
to
like that idea. No, let's not.
I was like, it's that or
Step on all of us. At
probably some kind of divination. That would
I
probably
don't
be
know.
it.
What? Well, no, I think it'd be too old for Speak with Dead.
It's not a corpse.
Yeah, it's not a corpse.
Yeah.
Would divination work though?
Possibly.
Possibly.
But at the same time, shit's not a...
Let's not mess with any of this. It is not related.
I think
We
I'm
don't need
interested-
we
messing
already
with
have
it.
enough trouble without finding more trouble.
I'm not looking to mess with it, but...
Just for fun, I'm gonna try a divine intervention to see if we can get a more specific, like, get a, I don't know, sparkly golden path leading us directly to where this monk temple thing.
That'd be nice.
Nope.
Aw.
You
tried. You tried and no one can criticize you.
Yeah.
What'd you get?
74.
Are you sure you're not level 74?
I think Elias is secretly level 75.
5.
He's
75.
definitely level 75.
Yeah.
It may not be relevant to this, but it is always good to know and learn from others. Well, I suppose mistakes may be irrelevant in this case, but...
I mean, once we're done, we can ask if anyone knows ancient stories. That's probably the only way we're going to find anything. And, I mean, and the more ancient the stories, the less truth, usually, I suppose. The more
keep running
embellishment.
into that.
Yes, we learned that.
They're sometimes true. Most of them have a nugget of truth.
Yeah.
It's just a question of what that nugget is.
Sometimes it's a literal nugget.
Leah's just quietly sitting and reflecting, trying to
The most
remember more
blatant
from that
smirk.
that memory that she had, and kind of hoping that whenever she goes to sleep, she might dream more about it, because she's curious, but doesn't even know what she would like say to people, because it's just like, do you know all this thing? Like, you know, she's just like, how do I even explain this? You know, also just trying to hold on to that little fragment that she got, you know, so she's just kind of quietly sitting, thinking on that, and will probably eventually, you know, fall asleep because cozy wild mother warmth.
Is there anything else that anyone would want to do? As either over the course of the evening or
Well, if
definitely keeping watch.
If he can get Pernell alone, he would go talk to her.
Okay.
Sure.
Keegan and Pernell watch?
It's relatively peaceful.
Yeah.
So you can keep the first watch and converse.
Probably off to the side a little bit by one of the nearby statues, just kind of studying again, like checking like the position of swords and just kind of adjusting her own stance to see how that would feel and kind of getting a sense of these people.
They don't seem too particularly sophisticated.
No. The more we encounter these fucking flying aberrations, the more irritated I get.
It is understandable, though. Well, I suppose it must be more frustrating for you.
It was a really stupid idea. It was kind of fun for a little bit.
What?
Almost like flying.
Oh,
riding the Chimera.
Nostalgic?
A little bit. A lot. I'm a little bit jealous of you.
Of me? I could only imagine.
I mean, it's not quite the same, but it's still more often than I can.
But is it? Are you ever going to talk to them? Again?
Maybe if I get frustrated enough.
Must they all best you in a spar as well? Is that the only way I can get you to speak to anyone either?
No. I learned my lesson on that one.
Good, because I have no intention of... I doth not wish to...
You may ask again?
Well, not exactly. I wish to learn more about your methods of fighting and whatnot, and I like sparring with you all, but I have no intention of forcing stories out of people that way anymore. I doth not wish to have to.
I wouldn't say you forced it. Maybe a little bit I wanted to tell you.
But not them?
Do you want to? Get ready yet? Believe it or not, a little bit of a coward.
I doth not think you are a coward. But I am, as I told you before, I am not going to speak on your behalf to anyone about that. That is not my story to tell, but I hope you will tell it. You can trust them. It's sort
Funny
of...
enough. Oh, funny enough, I think I can trust Aiden now, too.
I would hope everyone would start talking more to one another.
I think it would help us all.
I very much believe it would. Who do we have to rely on but each other right now?
True.
And I doubt anyone shall judge you for it. We all have our backgrounds.
The longer I wait, the more I think they'll judge me if I wait longer.
I cannot deny that. It might be the case, but what holds you back? What makes you feel like you need to be a coward here?
You have less and less reasons now. At this point, I mostly think you're right. Maybe now is not the time. You have a lot going on.
We may have more going on soon enough.
I guess it's always the case.
We get very little downtime. Home was rather much an exception.
Yeah. I liked home.
Hope we shall return under better circumstances.
Yeah. Leah's mother will be okay.
And perhaps everyone shall actually try to rest for once. For a while.
That's a funny concept.
It is.
Find me one more flying creature and I'll think about it.
I am certain we shall find many of those.
Yeah.
Just do not be
Thanks for now.
too surprised of responses. Though I am somewhat certain no one should be too surprised at this point, given everything we have been through.
Maybe that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for even weirder things to show up, so it'll be way less surprising.
That shall not take very long, Higgin.
Yeah. It's true. It just gets weird, doesn't it?
He's learning.
Yeah.
just Mark say Higgin for a second. Welcome back.
He's got it.
It's gone a long way since you were
believe it or not.
beating up ruffians in a tavern.
It's a light way to put it. I'm glad I came out of the tree, I can tell you that much.
As am I.
Thanks for now.
Certainly. Make the rounds.
Can I try to catch Elias on a watch at some point?
I was about to say I would volunteer to take a watch if.
Yeah.
During the second watch, as everybody else has begun sleeping and resting, and you just find yourselves relaxed peaceful here. And there's always that pause before you want to speak to someone. It's sort of like, should I say something? I want to say something, but in those moments, you just feel so drowsy and tired. And Elias and Velis, you both sort of begin to close your eyes, lulled to sleep by the warm embrace of the energy around you. And as the party slumbers in this peaceful and quiet, tranquil, hallowed place of the Wild Mother, you all dream. But it quickly shifts from being calm and peaceful to a hectic battle. And what you all see over the course of this dream
We're
is
all dreaming the same
all
thing?
dreaming
Okay.
the same thing.
Making sure it was.
This shrine made of old natural stones that have been piled up on one another, with sort of like a large slab set across the top. Clearly something built for the Wild Mother. There are a number of people in both sort of various shades of rough spun robes and cloaks, various greens and such. A couple of those elves and dwarves that you had seen before, in their sort of older style, not exactly primitive, really, but very, very old style arms and armor. And you can see they're sort of gathering and creating almost like a stand. And it's kind of coming in like just glimpses and flashes. And it shifts again, and you see a line of these elves and these dwarves fighting against waves of aberrations. These ones are different than what you've seen before. They're a lot of like, they look like misshapen crustaceans of various types, but in and amongst them are a number of the tall humanoid physicality with the tentacles, the sort of long grabby tentacles that you fought back into Soa. And there's glimpses of fights of like front lines crashing together, all in and about this this little culvert area here. Dwarves and elves with bows firing volley after volley into this sort of oncoming host, and flying above them are these sort of like large, bulbous, they almost look like air balloon type things, a little oblong, but they're organic and very like some kind of mashup of a squid and a crustacean, and it's got like all these sort of dangling tentacles, and as they kind of come floating towards, they disgorge more and more aberrations kind of onto the field. And then there's another kind of switch and a cut. It seems that it's much later in the day, getting towards sunset, and there is a group of those green robed people all centered on this shrine, and you can see standing among them is this elf woman, sort of with this mantle of like leaves and feathers, sort of leading some kind of ritual. And with her is a dwarf woman in robes and with that large holy symbol of Arathis sort of emblazoned across the tabard that she's wearing. And you can see they seem to be leading and guiding the soldiers that are fighting. There's another moment where it seems as if there's this massive push of reinforcements as a number of the elves and dwarves begin to fall underneath the onslaught. And you can see the dwarf woman, she's now sort of down in and amongst the group as soldiers around her are falling, and you can see her sort of like reach up to the sky praying. And for a brief moment, like the violent sounds and din of the battlefield like pause, and just streaking out of the sky is this massive angel. Kind of lands in like a superhero pose and then pulls out this sword that's like itself nearly 80 feet long that just begins to sweep across the battlefield, turning the tide against these aberrations. And there's also a greater sense of like building energy and tension as this ritual begins to take form, and you can see there's just this sort of glowing green energy, and it's sort of at that moment that a figure sort of like floating kind of far above the battlefield emerges from the northwest side, kind of getting there, and it's maybe 10-12 feet tall, and I can share it. Give me just a second. Hold on. Why is it not working? Oh, here. Show to players.
Ooh.
This tall figure.
Thanks, I hate it.
Oh, hello.
Towards like the bottom part of its body is like, at first it looks like robes, but then you realize they're just this shifting mass of sinuous black inky
Final Fantasy character, too many belts.
Yeah.
it's moving.
Evil
it's
belts.
organic, it's
People
alive.
belts.
Evil belts.
Evil.
And kind of like coming out from underneath it are like a large number of tentacles where it would have like feet or legs, and it's just kind of like levitating above the battlefield.
Thanks, I hate it.
And it's got these massive tentacles coming out from underneath its like sleeves. It's wearing clothing of a sort, but it's weird, shifty, and organic. And you can see it sort of like reach out, and you can see it sending out this dark sort of smoky spectral energy at the angel, as the angel kind of begins to pause for a moment, and then its eyes begin to darken, and as like it starts emitting this dark spectral energy, and these tendrils snake in and around the various soldiers as they all begin to sort of stop, and then almost like mannequins or puppets all begin to turn on a number of the remaining soldiers, and just that large angel just swings down, and you can see as it like strikes the top of that shrine, there's like this explosion of light and energy as like the end of its blade just breaks off and goes flying. The top is sheared across, and you can see standing in the middle of the shrine is the elven woman, who you can hear her shouting, but over the sounds of the chaos, you can't really make much of it out. And she's kind of like standing there, hand in hand with the dwarf woman, as basically all the remaining elves and dwarves have now turned on them, and one or two green robed defenders kind of go down, and like just as the giant angel begins to take another swing, there's just a pause before this massive explosion of light, and you can see it wash over the angel, wash over the elves and dwarves, and instantly petrify them. But where it hits the aberrant creatures, it just begins to incinerate them, just one after the other, just dust. The floating figure, sort of in a last moment as this explosion begins expanding outward, basically looks like he kind of teleports or apparates or disappears in sort of smoke just as the wave hits those like floating squid-like creatures, vaporizing them and everything that they carry. And then it's just silent. The elf woman and the dwarf woman are no longer there. And it's just went from violence and chaos, screaming and sounds, to just silence. And that's the point where dawn kind of breaks over the eastern horizon, and at that moment you go from this sort of dream as the sun begins to come up to waking up. Now everything's much more grown over, worn down and worn out, but the sun is beginning to come up over the horizon in almost like the same manner as you had just dreamt. And Aiden, as you kind of begin to awaken, you feel the presence of, until we come up with a more D&D thematically appropriate name, Dean, wakens as well. And he informs you that that person that you just saw was Deern, the Corruptor, the Overmind.
Was that?
Did everyone else?
And judging by everybody waking up at the same moment, it seems pretty clear what had just happened.
Well, I guess we sort of know what happened here.
Fellas,
Sort of.
Huh?
Oh, you looked like you wanted to say something before we
I
passed
mean,
out and all had the same dream.
Yeah, no, it can wait. That was weird.
That's exactly the sort of
Well,
information I was
whatever, like-
hoping to learn eventually.
I mean, I guess that's useful. It's some image of what we're up against, right?
That thing looked really unpleasant.
That was an understatement,
Yeah.
Maria.
Everything we've run into is unpleasant.
That's
At
especially
least he's not
unpleasant.
a giant flesh banana. But
It's another Valkyr.
Yeah.
Another one of the three.
Right.
Well,
Knowing the face of what we are up against is always better than not.
the concern is it seemed to turn almost everyone.
Was it? I don't know. My concern is they didn't seem affected by anything.
Run away.
What could we possibly do?
I mean, Aiden's sword might help.
It's true. It's true.
Help
Well,
me.
I mean, the aberrations were incinerated by the energy. The people who were corrupted were turned to stone, and the thing like teleported away at the last possible moment.
Gotcha. Par for the course for us. It gets worse. She looks over at Purnell. Not what I was thinking of.
Like I said, never is.
We keep having to fight things that whole armies threw themselves at.
Yeah.
That's reassuring.
Oh, we haven't lost yet, so.
Yeah.
That's something.
And it's club, we can knock on it.
Yeah, where's that? Where's that tree?
The tree's still down on the
It's a
ground.
wood.
Over.
Just runs over, knocks on, runs back.
I probably could have pulled out some wood for you, Egan.
No, it's fine. That one was particularly special.
If it has special meaning.
Luckier once they've hit you.
Yeah, that would nearly killed us.
It hurt. I don't want to think about that. My ribs still hurt.
Well, so.
Oh.
That's not exactly how I wanted to start the morning.
Yeah.
Never
Do we ever
is.
start it how we want to?
I mean,
mean,
it just kind of kills the motivation to go looking for whatever the fuck that was. Honestly.
I mean, a few days ago, it started with Leah talking to squirrels. That was actually relatively pleasant, all things considered.
It's true. That is quite pleasant.
But the squirrels back there didn't have extra tails.
Yeah, I don't think.
No, normal, pleasant squirrels that are cute.
But if anything, I would not wish what happened to these people to happen to anyone else. That is motivation enough for me.
That's true.
Oh, I didn't say we weren't going. I'm just saying I'm
we'll
gonna
still go
complain
on
the whole way.
When doth you not complain the whole way,
I'd be
Velis?
surprised if you didn't.
It's part of my charm.
Phyllis will do it. He'll just be very cranky about it.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, she knows me so well.
Actually, I feel like I can't just say that, and I'm like, wait, that feels hypocritical to say.
Yeah.
Just kind of grins towards Elias.
And we're all hypocritical sometimes. Don't do the dumb thing, Velis. You do the dumb thing.
Yeah.
Something worked out.
Says the
pretty
guy
well
who
last
jumped on
night.
top of a Chimera.
So in fairness, Hegan you did the dumb thing of jumping on a chimera.
I lived.
Doth we have
I
a
think
sort
he's
of
going to fit in
round
just
robin
fine.
situation of being able to do dumb things?
Yeah.
I mean, I
Not
suspect
the
all of
dumb
us
thing
do
person, though. I'm supposed to stop
dumb
people from
things.
doing dumb
Yeah.
things,
in
but
our
you know.
own
Yeah,
time.
I can't judge.
We'll just keep doing dumb shit.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
what we're here
sometimes it's the dumb shit that works, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
for.
Sometimes.
It usually turns out that way, honestly.
That's
What
why
does
I call
playing
them
it
dumb
safe
fucks.
ever get us, I guess?
So, on to creepy singing mountains.
I think that's
Valley.
the next step.
If it is
No.
mountains.
Since we got a
Yeah.
long rest, can I try again with divine?
You can.
Can you try that every day?
If it
That's
fails,
how
I
it
can do it
works.
once per long rest.
Sure.
Yeah, if it succeeds, I
Go for
think I have to wait
I would-
7 days. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna use Deft Explorer while we're waking up.
try these days.
Oh, actually, you don't have to because by
Oh.
resting in the shrine, everyone gains 16 temporary hit points
Ooh.
Nice.
Take it.
Love it.
for the day. You know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Let's use those wisely. Let's go get some trouble before
I
the
will
next
hold my
day.
Deft Explorer
Nope.
for later then.
Even higher.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
Leveled up overnight? That's
Serenray
great.
does not
Serenray
want to help.
Is not.
Serenade noped out of this.
Serenray does
Serenray's
not want to
busy
deal
with,
with
Sarah's a little busy at the moment.
Yeah, a
to be
little bit.
fair.
A little bit.
True. Apparently,
This
you're
is
not her
fine.
favorite. Sorry.
No.
I mean, Pike would be my favorite too.
Yeah,
That's
I
fair.
think Elias
That's
and
fair.
Pike from the gods, from the
Right.
goddesses' perspective, you know,
Mhm.
Sorry, Elias.
it's hard to
Hey,
beat
when
Pike.
when you're competing with Pike Trickfoot.
Please tell me Elias is gonna meet Pike someday.
I hope
I
so.
mean, maybe.
Someday.
It's a possibility.
It can be like 20 years down the line, but it needs to happen.
Right. I mean, if he goes back to Vasselheim
Yeah.
and is like, "Oh my gosh, there's a whole church to the Everlight
The whole
here."
church never
All
left.
of a sudden, what
When
happened?
did that happen?
Right.
Has it gone that long?
Yeah.
So we'll retroactively have some conversations once we have the full group. But to partially clarify and accelerate, the wind as you travel further and further south picks up until it becomes almost a consistent sound, sort of whistling through the mountains. And maybe after late in the morning, you start hearing sort of a droning sound in the wind. And as you travel a little bit further, you eventually come across a very, 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 very deep. I mean, like it's the river has gotten like progressively deeper and deeper and deeper as the further south you go. It's going up, but like the mountains are. Anyways, you get what I'm saying. Not bees, but rather you eventually come to an area that has. It looks like it's just a warren of like holes, and the sound that's coming from it are just the wind blowing across all of these natural cave entrances that just pockmark this whole area.
This hole, it was made for me.
This hole, it was made for me.
And you can definitely like it's got a creepiness to it, but as you approach and see it, it's purely natural. But and while there's no aberrations immediately in the vicinity, as Velis begins to check again and meditate, he does sense the presence of, at his best guess, a colony of mind flayers about 3 miles below the surface.
It's like bees. We have some bees instead.
I'll take the bees, please.
And it's in this area that this is where the source of the river is. It's kind of in this sort of cavern. It kind of bubbles up from some underground caves. Yeah.
I would like 1 bees, please. Oh
man, no.
But in and amongst, it's difficult because it's so far away and so concentrated. But your best bet is you can definitely sense that sort of psychic presence of an elder brain, plus a host of other things. It's just too much really to differentiate and make out. But for sure, mind flayers.
Don't think about the fake sword.
There's definitely like some visible tension at actually being there and sensing that, and just like,
and that's
trying
where we'll
very
pick up
hard
next
to keep it cool.
Yay.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
We gonna stab an elder brain, maybe.
Let's not.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
Oh, well, that happened.
That happened.
That was fun.
Yeah, it wasn't that important, honestly.
We'll still go back
Just
and
like
retroactively do
it
it.
was just like a spur of the moment thing. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna say something. Nah, never mind.
We'll write it down. We'll totally flash back to it and have a nice in character warm moment before you start.
I don't know that I would say warm moment, but
Before we start begging for bees instead of mind flayers.
Yeah, that'd be great.
bees.
But just one thing to specifically note, there's definitely sunlight that, at the apex of whatever, you would get sun and moonlight in this particular little chasm area.
Can we please get 1 bees as a card though?
Exactly 1 bees. Yep.
Here, let's do this.
Oh man.
Yeah, 1 bee, please.
That works. I support this card.
I like
That's fair.
It's good.
All right. So we'll be in a bit of a break until we're not quite sure when. We'll see. We'll feel it out. But thanks for playing. I'm sure we'll be chatting over
Do we not
the next
have
couple of
a date
weeks.
for the next game?
I don't. Did we plan for the 26th? I mean, it's like immediately after Christmas. I think I might have marked yes, but I'm not sure about everybody.
I'm around, but
Yeah, we're all here. Just a couple people will be late.
Okay, then we can start a little bit later. I'm
off work that day.
So with that in mind, if they'll be late, I mean it's mostly, I would presume that you're going to then enter into the caves and start venturing down. So we can be short a Elias and a Hegan.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll do it. Yeah.
until 10 o'clock
We
ish.
need to put January dates up.
Oh yeah,
So we'll Jaeger you for whatever. We'll put up some January dates, and then any meaty stuff we'll wait for.
Okay.
Oh man.
Sounds good. Yeah, that's it. Thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you again for that raid, Arctics. Welcome to the world of D&D.
Conversation now.
Huh?
I was saying, unless you want to have that conversation now, real quick.
Oh
It's
yeah.
up to you. Like I'd be
I
up
don't
for it. I'm fine.
We can retroactively do that.
Yeah,
but actually, if I can
think
ask you guys just to wait like 30 seconds while I step away, because I
Okay.
want to listen in.
Okay.
Of course.
That gives me a chance to see anyway.
It also gives me time to figure out who to raid after this
so.
is done.
DM spying needs to happen.
Yes. DM spying. Yeah, who can we is Sparrow still going through Legend of Dragoon? Because I owe them a raid back. Where are you? Seems to be. Okay. Well, once this is done, everybody, I will send you over to Laser Bearcat Gaming, and you can watch Sparrow play some Legend of Dragoon long play, which I've only played the demo back when it was in a Kmart, so, but it was nostalgic. I remember it being a bit nostalgic. But we'll wait for the roleplay to finish. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us tonight.
It was a fun game. It was good.
Sadly, we are not going to get bees. We're going to get aberrations.
Mind flayers always.
Fucking mind flayers.
There we go.
Quick flashback. Surprisingly dry.
Kristen jumped up briefly while you were gone as well.
That's funny. The two people we were going to wait for.
Both of the RP people have ventured away.
No, that's fair.
That's
fair.
We're waiting for
I
Maggie's also
went
ventured
into
away.
the bathroom and the puppy started crying at the puppy gate because I shut the door and I wasn't right there.
Oh no!
Oh,
Here
Vax.
is here
He's
is
a
my
giant
puppy.
baby. No, I can't show Vax because he's in another room wearing a cute sweater, which has a squirrel on it. Funny enough,
Oh, funny enough.
I have been a puppy pillow for a while tonight.
I'm teaching him to come in my room, but he hasn't quite figured out that litter boxes are not for dogs to mess with yet. So it's
I wouldn't want. I don't know. I can't imagine trying to train Haku not to mess with something in a litter box. So
yeah, he's getting a lot better, but he's not quite there yet. Hagen turns into a T-Rex.
Oh my god. Well, I mean,
my head wouldn't really change.
Your mental stats do with polymorph, don't they, though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You would have the brains of a T-Rex.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's the thing
You
of
have the little arms.
It's fine. You'd have little arms. That's a trade-off.
It's a huge benefit. It's, you lose
Tiny
Hagen
arms is
brain,
benefit.
but now you have tiny
tiny
arms.
Tiny
Worth
arms.
it.
Worth it.
Worth it.
Can you imagine a T-Rex with a glaive that get the reach?
You have to hold it like this.
Oh god.
Oh
I
man.
need to find someone to draw T-Rex Hagen with a tiny little glaive.
A blue T-Rex.
Amazing.
Yep.
Itty bitty glaive.
Or because the things that he might use it for, it would either be getting somewhere which she can just fucking jump, or going to see things, but also we've got bright wings, so who needs it?
There you go.
Why bother? He's not high enough level for swimming or flying creatures, so why bother?
Temp HP is always good, basically.
That's true. That is true.
We have both of you back.
We do. Yeah, so Velis would have waited until they could get a moment during watch. Just, I did something pretty stupid, and I feel like I should at least tell someone. I can't hear you.
Oh, hey Xeroxia, thank you so much for the raid.
I forgot I was muted.
How was your
That's
stream? Thank you so much.
better than
Hi, Raiders.
doing stupid and not
Good to see you
telling
again.
anyone, which is
Hi, Typhus.
anyway.
Yeah. I kind of contacted Anessa.
Okay.
You know, now that I say it out loud, I realize how stupid it was.
I can't judge.
I basically told her to fuck off, honestly.
I'm into it. What, you do think you're talking to the man who told the Guardian Council to fuck off more than once, actually, now that I think about it.
The Guardian Council are less intimidating.
Also, the Raven. Did you also an actual goddess?
I mean, yeah, that happened. I think I might have threatened her.
Okay.
I honestly don't know what I was thinking, but you know, I thought I should tell someone in case that comes back to bite me or us in the ass.
Yeah. Well, good to know. Sorry, I may have accidentally put you in that position to have to do that.
No, I don't think you did. I think that it would have caught up sooner or later.
Past does have a way of doing that.
She wouldn't have found you if she wasn't looking for me. I think I just let myself think that it was done and I was past all that. And that was honestly pretty naive.
Yeah. Well, in my fairly recent experience, you can either run from the past or learn from it. So, you know.
Lion King here
It's
now.
a Lion King.
Or, a monkey will chase you down with a stick.
Third option, a monkey chases you down with a stick.
You can play more still monkey.
Yeah.
Again, suddenly.
In his sleep, he's a monkey. I mean, in this case, I think it's less learning from it and more probably having to stab it in the face. Literally.
Your cast seems much more in need of stabbing than probably anyone else I've ever met.
Yeah, I was hoping it wouldn't come to that, but here we are. Oh, what the fuck was I thinking? She's not going to listen.
Probably not, but then we can stab her.
I mean...
Or you can stab. I don't do a lot of stabbing.
I would like to see you stab her, though.
I mean, I could make that happen.
Yeah, no,
I'd have to
I'm
get a
here for it.
bladed weapon.
I'm just gonna pull
With
out a dagger and hand it over.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure I have an extra dagger.
One of your many daggers. I don't actually know if
I'm sure
Elias
you have
has a
many.
dagger. That's hilarious now that I'm thinking about it.
I'm going to look. I think I have 2 extra daggers. I'm pretty sure those are actually his old drow daggers.
I do not.
Appropriately enough.
Alright. Take it. Do I have a dagger now?
You do have a dagger now. I'm taking it out of my inventory.
Not just any dagger, but specifically a
It looks like the one that you saw before.
Right.
The stabby, the sword dagger.
It's angsty goth drow teenager dagger.
Yes. I'm not gonna lie, it felt pretty good though.
Or
Yeah.
just for a long rest, it can play any My Chemical Romance song.
It is a very angsty dagger.
Alright.
I just thought I should warn someone because
Keep
thinking on it later, I realized how stupid it was, but I don't know, I don't like that she talked to you.
I don't like that she talked to me. Creep. You have a... I don't like your sister. I've only met her the one time. I do not like her.
You would like her even less if you met her in person. Trust me. And I'm talking about before she was half spider.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Anyway, just keep an eye out for me. I know you're good at that. And
yeah, I mean, you know, I already do try to keep an eye out, but you know.
For what it's worth,
extra.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry for catching you guys up in this.
Again, that whole Shadowfell situation.
Have to go through this again.
We're circling back.
Circling back to everything Purnell and I, that whole deal with her sister and the Shadowfell and the Raven Queen, and you know...
2 of these things are the same thing.
Yeah. The whole thing. And like my baggage and...
I know, but still. I don't know, I guess it's been bothering me, but
fair enough.
There's not much we can do except just keep moving, right?
Yeah.
It'll catch up sooner or later, but
yeah, we'll be ready for it.
Maybe. I don't think I would have been if I'd been on my own. So.
Yeah. You'd be dead.
Be very dead.
Be very dead.
I would have been dead about 10 times over if not for all of you, so. I'm not good at saying it, but I'm grateful.
Welcome. I mean, it's not like you've not pulled your own weight in this whole...
I just stab things.
Yeah, but you're really good. You're unsettlingly good at stabbing things.
I mean, I've had a long time to learn. That's kind of how that works.
You're really good.
That almost sounded like a compliment, Elias.
I mean, yes, and also a statement of fact. I've watched you stab things. Really good at it.
Thanks. You're pretty good at keeping people alive, so.
Elias flirting.
Heck.
Damn it.
I mean,
You just gotta stay out of character channel while you're doing the RT, and then you can go back and look at
Yeah,
it.
right.
I just have Discord up and it just popped up in the bottom of my screen.
I've watched you stab things. You're good at it.
Yeah, why?
I love you.
I laugh too much.
Yes, I think I'm getting better at keeping people alive these days.
Well, I don't know. We're going into some crazy shit, but I feel pretty good about our chances. So. At least for now.
Yeah, until the next
Horrible tentacle monster.
abomination. Yeah. Why do they all have tentacles? Tentacles?
I don't know. Ask Aiden.
Yeah.
His sword would probably tell you. It could probably answer that. That's unsettling. No. I don't like that.
Oh.
I talked to that thing. Anyway. Thanks for not judging me.
Yeah. You're welcome. I try not to judge. I mean, I always have, because, before it was kind of part of my job. So that whole death makes everything equal. And, still kind of how I view things, actually.
Yeah. You're learning.
I mean, it's not a bad way to view the world.
I mean, no, but
sounded better in my head.
I like this, whatever this is, better. I don't know, something about all that Raven Queen shit. I always felt like she was just using you to get what she wanted and taking everything. Doesn't seem like that now.
In a way, I kind of had been using her for a while. So, I was not in a good place.
I don't think any of us were at that point. It worked out, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll be okay.
Yep. We'll figure something out,
Yeah. We should get some sleep.
And weird dream.
And weird dream.
Weird dream.
This is when you have the weird dream.
Yeah.
And then weird dream.
And then weird dream.
Oh. Hey.
Oh my gosh.
I've been up since 4.
Oh man.
Ah, good times.
Yeah, no, it occurred to me and Velis very suddenly that someone should probably know that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
And who better to know than Elias?
Yep.
Yeah. John, write down the name of the
is
sword.
The most familiar with this whole fuckery, so
yeah,
it made
written
sense.
down somewhere. Oh shit! I didn't write. Oh,
yay!
that was awesome. Oh man. Also, John, write down the name of the sword now somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if you all can see Aiden's character sheet, but it's in D&D Beyond, so you could add it to your character sheet to look at it if you wanted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think of the campaign.
We should be able to see like equipment and stuff like that. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
Anything that I create, even if it's not like published, like for example, Leah's glaive is too close to a Holy Avenger for me to share with the community. Because I literally copied a Holy Avenger, changed the name, and made it a glaive instead of a two-handed sword. But otherwise, it's the exact same thing.
Nice.
But apparently, what is it? Some of the other things I've created, like the Undunacell and Runacell, have been added to like 11 or 12 character sheets.
My babies.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Out in the wild.
Amazing.
Yeah.
My heart. First weapons I've ever made.
Seriously, Brendan, if you ever want to use the art of the daggers for anything, you can have it. That's why I made it.
I appreciate that.
If you want to throw it on like D&D Beyond or whatever.
Yeah, the problem is I
still
keep...
need to finish the throwing spike, but yeah.
My brain keeps sliding. Like I'm like, oh, because I do a lot of thinking about campaigns and D&D in the shower. There's something about like the nature of a shower that's just helpful for creative thinking. I don't know why.
My brain always goes to character things, so.
So I was trying to think of like this game and this campaign, because I also had a game last night and I have a game tomorrow. There are one shots I'm doing for like university folk that I've worked with in the past. I think I mentioned that before. Like 2 weeks ago, I did 2 games, and then this week. But I'm using like some modules and stuff for it. So I'm trying to think of stuff for that, stuff for this game, and my brain ends up just coming up with like an entire, not like adventure, but like an entire supplement wholesale. Like I'm trying to think of this game and things of like what's going to happen, and instead I come up with a entire system for falling rules in Sharn that also turn into like a winner take all, activate the Featherfall token, Sharn in Eberron at the last possible moment. So it's like whoever lands first wins, but the sooner you crack your Featherfall, the slower you go. So whoever can like do it last, it's like kind of like a game of chicken, but falling in Sharn. Plus like other ideas and things that are related to that, and actual mechanics and things for like counting on drag or different spells that you can cast on yourself. And so I thought of all of that stuff. So I have like 2 other things. Like I've got another it's an adventure that I wanted to like, the more and more I think about it, the more and more I want to basically almost turn it into like a Romeo and Juliet style, like 2 houses opposed to one another. But then have it be like a lot of different ways of playing through it. And so the party aren't necessarily those 2 characters, but depending on what the party does, like, so it could either be these 2 characters that are like star-crossed lovers, or these 2 characters, or these 2 characters, or these 2 characters. But the idea is like, I was listening to someone talk about like a dating sim, basically. And it's like, oh, like what if I changed it up so like, but I'm like, I don't know how to write any of that stuff. I have like all the mechanics for different scenes and whatnot that are related to Eberron. And then there's all of that in addition to the thing that I actually commissioned art from someone for my cover that I have never finished. But like my brain just can't stick with one thing. It constantly comes up with like other ideas.
That's
that
too.
I can't.
It's like the idea of 2 houses opposed playing arcane chicken.
That's how you resolve.
I love it.
That's how you resolve star-crossed lovers. Arcane
chicken.
Oh my god.
But like, yeah.
Let me send y'all over to Laser Bearcat Gaming. Hopefully I didn't completely miss them. I think they're still going. But send Sparrow some love. And we will see you all next time. Let me actually write this down correctly.
Hey Maggie, I just feel like you should know that I just looked over and saw this.
Yes, I actually have my Gojo
Good.
on my bookshelf next to me. My
all right.
Good.
Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. See you later. Bye.
Matching boys.
Good.
I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder.